Hello. Good morning. Got a fresh coffee. It's a new day. It's gonna be hot. Holy shit, I look like a caveman. This is what the web does to a man. Welcome in, boys. We're on day 3 of Next.js. Yeah. Day 3 of Next.js sloppage. Today, by the end of the day, I want to have, let's see. This is the goal, okay? By the end of the day, full Stripe working, right? Shippable. What else? Email delivery. On by. I think that's it. Right. So for that, I need KV. I also want to get post-hog done. I'm just gonna do everything today. All right. I'm so done with this. I'm just gonna speedrun the shit out of everything, and probably not actually do everything today. I'll probably get bogged down on something and then eat shit, because that's just how it goes. But a man can dream, alright? We'll see. Plan on using SMTP? Is that the mail service shit? No. No. There's something. There's some email thing. I actually already set it up a while back, and it worked, so I'm gonna use that. No, fuck SMTP. Hell nah, man. Way too much work to like get everything working fine, right? There's like so many like little mail things that you gotta like jump through, right? To get shit done, so that would be horrible. Oh yeah. Host your own SMTP 7. Fuck that. You roll your own auth, bro. Alright, hold up. Let me check that DM you just sent. E-Magic. I'm peeping it. I'll probably respond after stream, so I can get stuck into the work, but sounds good, dude. Alright. So I don't even have my stream set up. I just hit the live button. Let me get shit set up. I'm a mess right now, dude. Gotta get that donor link. Pin that bad boy. And do a ping in the server. Alright, we're cooking. Dude, I'm so ready to get back to game development at this point. I'm like... But, hey, I will follow through with this. the shiny sheen of learning something new is worn off, and I'm left with Next.js slop that I have to write. I'm just kidding. It's really not that bad. Alright, so I left off yesterday trying to do the create checkout thing. This is a server action. I'm gonna rename this to actions. Sure. And we're gonna put a bunch of stuff in here. Yeah. Yeah. What am I doing here? This is in the buy page. Okay. So when we navigate to the buy page, create checkout session button. Buy button. Or this is a redirect that I set up afterwards to just do this. Okay. Should have left notes for myself. I mean, I kind of did. I'm just gonna continue with this, and we'll live off love. How we doing, fellas? What's going on? Dodge Whale Forbit, the fellas. I can tell, by the way, if you want to jump with a call and speedrun it. Yeah. That might be a good idea. I don't really know how much there is to speedrun though, because I mean, I kind of know what to do roughly. It's just, it needs to get done. But if I get stumped, then yeah, I'll send you a message, I guess. Back to web dev, yeah. We are continuing on with the web grind. Me rewriting this same Stripe code for like the 3rd time. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is Yoinky Sploinky. I literally have a timestamp here. I can use that. We're cooking, dude. Alright. Alright, I actually hate these tabs. I think I might switch back to Edge. That's alright. Okay. So, what I'm doing right now is I'm just gonna copy this shit. Yoinky sploinky, my man. Alright, this redirects return to buy. Okay, that makes sense. And then we just rerun this function again. Alright. Fuck doing checkout embed. We're just gonna do it the caveman way. Unga bunga. Alright, so really all I need to do now is actually, just go do this. Easy win. This. All right. Check if user already has an active subscription, throw an error if not. I'd need to put that into a function. But I can say that as a to-do. Check if we've already bought. Scream if so. What next? Just getting the customer ID from the KV. So get customer ID from KV. And then if it doesn't exist, create one manually, right? Create customer ID. Okay, and then set customer ID KV. Okay. I mean, that's just in there. And then we do the Stripe create session, I think. Yeah, this is where the session is. And it's in a try catch. Okay. What do we got here? This is basically going to be... Why did I put this as uppercase? Stripe checkout. Is this like a type or something? Like what? What's going on here, man? Alright, I have this from earlier. Let me just reference my old shit. That'll be easier. Oh, that's right. We gotta make the fucking Stripe thing. Forgot. I wonder if doing it up here would be fine. Or should we do it down here? I don't know. Why doesn't that have anything on it? Right, because it could be that. Or I was just reading the error wrong. Okay. Alright, so now we got Stripe, checkout, sessions, create. There we go. I also want to get the email address and shit for customer creation, but that's alright. Figure this out later. Alright, so customer equal... Actually, no. Making a little object thing here, right? Customer ID? Let's pretend that's alright. And I'm just going to copy this. Let's see. UI mode is not embedded. Hosted. Alright, return URL. How do I get this bad boy? I guess I will see what Theo does. So you had to do it the Next.js way. Alright, here's the money shot. Yep. Mode, yep. Success URL, get URL. Just wrap it in a get URL. I don't know where that comes from, but I will find it. And yeah, I want to put the Stripe session ID in here. Checkout session ID. Alright. Where is the get URL? I'm guessing that's a Next.js thing. Download a package. Man, I really wish I had his source code right now. This would make things so much easier than scanning through a fucking video. Ay, ay, ay. Fun stuff. It's a JS API? Interesting. Is RangeEG down because you're using the domain for Next? No, it's down because the hosting thing I'm with is like fucking ancient and it's not letting me like easily buy another month. It's a long story, man. And I give up. So it's just gonna sit there. Oh, actually this redirect won't work, right? Yeah, that's an L. Alright, I could change it to like... I don't even know, dude. I just can't be fucked. I want to update it to a completely new stack because it was running on just a Linux box and it had Nginx and it was horrible. And I can't be fucked actually going in and fixing it. So, and like the hosting provider I'm with, it has this ancient like form to like renew the thing every month, and for some reason my auto renew stopped working, so I gotta go manually create a fucking thing every month, or it just cancels it. I'm so fucking done, bro. So, I mean, I want to just port everything over to Astro. Or at the very least, like, just do some basic hosting with Cloudflare. With the current Hugo site that I have right now. It might be worth me just quickly fixing that. Man. It's fucked up. I could probably sit here and get a Cloudflare thing deployed pretty quickly, I think. That might be an idea. I don't even really want to do Cloudflare pages. But I could probably do it pretty easily, actually. Because from memory, it's just like Wrangler, deploy, and then you just mount the thing. And like, that's it. We can even direct upload. Yeah, and then just deploy the build output. Because I do need to fix this. Because it's kind of a pain in the ass. I would even prefer to just... have it work. It's got a Hugo guide. But it's like, do I spend my morning doing this? I can't be fucked, man. I really can't be. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna get back to doing this. Alright, let's see. Why is that there? Focus on one thing at a time. Yep. Shit's broken. Fires will burn. It's okay. Alright. Stripe customer ID. K. So, right, we're back to get URL. I want to verify that that's legit. Oh, there it is. Come on. It's right there, dude. Yep. Okay. Get URL. It's a backend utility that he has. Hello. Dis shared libs utils and next. You know what? I'm just gonna see if that works. Expected 0 arguments go on. Yeah. Alright. I guess I'm writing it. I mean, I would imagine it's just like we just call get URL. And then bash it together with that. No, I didn't mean that. Where did I just find that? Will that work? Let's see. All right. Dude, while I'm here, I'm gonna screenshot what he's got. In the front. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, okay, so the problem is I want to see what an actual fucking, like, production-ready code base looks like, not some pseudo code of how to do the thing, because I don't want to shoot myself in the foot with things, right? This is kind of where I'm at right now. Like, I don't really want to just copy-paste code here, because I also just want to learn, like, how do I make this legit in a production environment, you know? So I guess I'm just scanning his code base for T3 chat right now. I'm glad he has this video. So if I didn't have this here, I'd be kind of guessing at what to do. Which is fine, I guess. Alright, success URL, cancel URL. Alright, we need to have a back thing. I would just, yeah, put it in the root, I guess. Could probably also just make this optional. We'll see. See how it goes, man. You can hardcode those URLs. I mean, I can't, because I mean, it would be going to localhost, right? Like, and then it would break in production. That's why I need the get URL, right? Alright. What do we got? Alright, put a bunch of subscription data in here. Which I don't think we need to do. I don't really know what it would even look like. Maybe payment data? Payment intent data? Yeah, I'll just put it on the customer. It'll be fine. Don't need to do that. Okay. Is there anything else I'm missing? Nope, I think that's everything. UI mode we can leave blank, I think. And we'll be right. Alright, so this is on the server. So I think we can just do a console.error. Error creating checkout session error. Okay, right. You probably want to do more than that. Error making checkout session. And then throw an error. Failed to create checkout session. Please refresh and try again. So I would be curious, like, where this pops up. Like, how do we get that sent to the user? Maybe the throw error just does it by default. I don't know. Maybe there's some special fancy stuff going on. Who knows? And then redirect to the session.url. Okay. I guess if not session. I kind of want to just also hit this arrow. So if I throw right here, will that be caught here? I would assume so. And then that shouldn't be null anymore. Maybe. Or is it the URL that could maybe be null? Right, string or null. Huh. Okay. If session, if not session, or actually we can do a if session.url. If we don't have that, then we throw the error. There we go. Okay. Cool. We'll see how it goes. All right. Question mark, question mark. I can't remember what this was in reference to. Yeah, we should probably just like, I should probably either have chat up on the side constantly, or maybe we just sit in a call together as I go through this and ramble. I don't know. My issue is I would have to push the talk to stream on so you could hear my voice through Discord, or you just leave the stream on and then jump in whenever there's something you gotta say. That might be a better play. I don't know. Use the stream mode. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's jump on a call then, because that might make life easier if you're down. I'll just give you a ring. Yo.
Hello.
What's the delay like?
Nice.
If you're listening through stream? Like say something. Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop. Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh damn! I've muted myself the whole fucking time. I'm sorry. I can hear you.
You're good, bro. Okay, say something now.
Okay, so the stream delay is around 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Now.
Okay. All right. Yep. Cool. That's pretty good. Awesome. That'll work, dude. That'll work, dude. Thanks so much for hopping the call. This is gonna be very helpful.
Okay. Yeah, of course. No worries.
All right. Let me see if I can turn you up as well. Blast that volume. All right. We should be ready to cook, dude. Alrighty. You were saying something about the coalesce operator session URL. Coalesce with this. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, if you fixed it in a correct way with the throw error.
Yeah.
But you could also use the coalescence operator on the redirect function down below directly.
Like okay.
Yeah.
But then I wouldn't
and
have
then
an
you
error,
don't
though.
need the if statement with the throw error.
I do kind of like having the error if this fucks up, though. Because I mean, I 100% need this.
Yeah, that's actually good defensive coding.
Yeah. I'm way fucking defensive with everything on the web now. It's like I'm typing stuff. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to do here. I'm gonna throw errors everywhere.
Yeah, I think you have a similar issue with the customer ID.
Oh yeah, I haven't set this guy up yet. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I'll get around to it. All right, okay. Crank time. So yeah, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna set up the KV store for the customer ID, and I guess just get this guy set up. Apparently we always want to go in with a customer ID, otherwise there'll be pain and suffering, according to Theo. So yeah, time to get that going, I guess.
Oh yeah. I think if you don't do customer ID, then Stripe will actually create a new customer for you, and then it will basically you would have to store it, and it gets more complicated. So better you generate one ID and pass it to Stripe.
Yeah. All right. Verso has a KV. Oh shit. All right, I think I'm
just a heads up here.
Yeah?
If you're going with the Vercel KV, you have to
upstash Redis.
Damn, the double the double audio. I can barely hear myself talking. Okay. The thing is, if you're going with Vercel
Alright,
KV,
new plan.
you have. Oh,
How
okay.
about I turn on my... I'll turn on my voice activated so I don't have to push the talk, and then you can just mute the stream and we can have a live call.
Yeah. Okay, that
So
would
you
be
don't have to
amazing because I hear
your own
myself.
audio.
Yeah.
That was the flaw in our plan.
Okay, cool. What I was saying is that if you're going with the KV from Vercel, then you're stuck to being hosted on Vercel. You
Oh
don't
yeah,
have a
no,
choice
that
then.
would suck balls. I'm not gonna do the Vercel KB. I'm gonna do Upstash Redis, I think.
Ah, okay, cool. That's dope. That's dope. That's a third-party solution. Redis is pretty dope.
All right. By the way, boys, how's the balance on the audio from? Do I just call you Magic? What would you like to be
You
called?
call me Evo. Evo, for short.
Evo.
That's
Evo?
my real name, yeah.
Okay.
IVO, yeah.
IVO. Nice. Awesome. Yeah. How's the balance with Mr. Evo over here? Is it a good audio, or is he too loud, too
Hopefully they
quiet?
can hear me.
What are we thinking? We'll see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Upstash, Redis, that's what I saw Theo using, so I'm like, alright, I'll cop me a bit
That's
of
the
that.
industry standard.
Alright, sweet. Yeah, because I mean, I kind of need it to make this not shit, so we're not interacting with
Yeah.
Stripe
So
too many times.
so you're also only going to use Redis itself for ephemeral data, which means basically you can lose that data at any point and you shouldn't really care about it. So it's good to store like session keys and stuff in Redis, but it's not good to use it as like your main DB because it's technically an in-memory DB. There are options for it to get serialized to disk and then loaded back in again, but you shouldn't really think of Redis as a permanent data store. You should think of it more as a temporary data store where you can put like session IDs or session whatever. And if it gets wiped by any chance, I highly doubt it will, but if it gets wiped, you should be good. Your software should be able to handle that.
Okay, so the idea here is that if it gets wiped, it's chill.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. So there's no real way to like do backups or rollbacks or anything?
So Redis is not really meant for that. Yes, there are options, but it's like using like an axe to chisel concrete or something.
Gotcha.
It's not what it's designed for.
Okay, so the thing that I want to do here is I mean, Theo's using it for this exact thing, so I mean, I guess I'm just gonna trust his decision there.
I think he is actually using it correctly because from what I saw on the tutorial, he's not storing like critical data in there. He's storing, from what I saw, like a session ID.
Yeah, it's a session ID that maps to the user ID, which is just from Clerk or whatever.
Indeed, and if you think about it, you could wipe this whole data out of Redis, and the only thing that will happen is customers will get logged out, and they would have to log in again to get a new session ID back into the Redis. So if you wipe the whole Redis, people get logged out. That's it. So he's using it correctly to store sessions. That's what Reddit is mainly used for, actually. What I'm trying to say is don't store like data that you might need.
Okay, so I'm gonna need to rethink this a bit then, because I was thinking of just storing like a has bought or like has delivered and stuff like in there, but that probably wouldn't be a good idea then.
I would not say that's a good idea. Yeah,
okay.
Because no.
So I probably need a database.
So not necessarily actually.
On Clerk.
Either on Clerk, yeah, Clerk is a good alternative, or in Stripe somehow. Maybe in Stripe you can say custom or
Yeah, there is
custom
Stripe
field.
metadata, but I don't really want to do that. That
Yeah.
seems jank.
I would put this data either in the auth or in Stripe.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you to get a DB now and do this. It's just overcomplicating stuff.
Yeah.
If you only need a few fields, we
Yeah.
don't need to spin up whole DB for you.
All right, cool. All right, so I'm gonna scan the code that he's got to try and
Yeah.
see how this would go about getting reconstructed if the KB got wiped, because I'm still not sure how this would work. Let me just try and figure it out. Ah, yeah, so everything just goes through the stink stripe data to KV. So technically if it got wiped, this would get cold again at some point, and it should be fine, I think.
Yeah. It should rebuild it basically.
Yeah, yeah.
It has the KV set with the new customer ID at the end. So with the for what he's using it perfectly correct. But if you want extra data in there, probably not wise.
Yeah. I mean, the attachment between the customer ID and the user, though, seems a bit frisky to me. Because if that got wiped, because he has a separate KV for Stripe, sorry, from auth user to Stripe user. Now, if that got wiped, it would be hard to reconstruct that. Maybe.
I am not exactly sure, actually. 1 second. Sync Stripe data to KV. No, if it happens, he will just recreate it. There is a function. This function is that syncs all of the data for a given
But
Stripe
okay, so
customer.
the customer ID
KV.
to user ID, like that could get broken because that's in a KV right now, right? So
Okay, so I don't think you're. Even if you lose the KV, you're not gonna lose data because the auto ID sits in Clerk,
yeah,
and the customer ID sits in Stripe, right? If I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I think
There's no
Stripe
data loss. You would just
also,
be breaking the link. So my question is like, how would you
yeah.
reconstruct that link in a way that like, I
Uh,
guess you could look up your like you could look through all your Stripe customers and try and match them based off email or something. That seems weird.
yeah, technically could work. Let me read a bit here, a bit more on his flow, because indeed,
I also
just
wonder
in
if we
the
could maybe assume that the KB would never get wiped, and we could have
I
it.
especially if you're using like a managed Upstash service, you could really assume it's probably never gonna get wiped, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable assumption, indeed.
Okay.
Maybe my corporate brain at the moment is like, oh no, no, you shouldn't do this that way because the textbook says the other way. But
Yeah.
in,
Yeah.
in
Okay.
practice, yeah.
All right. I could probably live with that.
Stripe subscription.
Let's see what the LLMs have to say. Claude's saying we're chill. Oh yeah, you could manually export the data yourself and just do some kind of regular backups if you wanted.
Yeah, and I'm also looking here at Upstash durable storage at the moment. They even have a multi-tier storage solution, so I don't think you're gonna lose any data, especially with those managed solutions. So
Cool.
actually, my initial thing, I don't think it's
Hey,
that up to date.
all right, that's W, Upstash, go time. All right, I'm
Yeah,
gonna create a
do
KV and
Upstash.
try and get it set up.
What is their SLA? Let's see. What do they promise?
Are you that guy building a game without an engine, or do you look a lot like him? No comment. He's my twin brother. He refuses to work in the web. I am just a web developer. I'm a humble web developer. Okay. Nothing to see here. Alrighty. Dude, I'm so fucking ready to create a database. Let's go. Daily command limit 10,000. Ooh.
10K.
That probably won't be enough with the spike.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna cut it because you're gonna do maybe even a.
It's like, yeah, I mean, let's say like end to end. I mean, it shouldn't really matter. Not a lot of people are gonna like. I mean, if a lot of people going through and buying and like registering all this shit, then that's a win.
Does
But,
make
I mean, I
perfect sense.
can just leave it
I
at
understand
10K
why
and
he's
figure it out
doing
later.
the KV merge of the data.
What's that? Sorry.
I read through the Git thing and I understand exactly why he's doing the sync to KV, etc. Because he doesn't want to always go and get the data from Stripe and deal with
Yeah,
that.
because Stripe is canceled.
Yeah, I saw the naming. That was a pretty on point one.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, when you sync you sync your data from Stripe to the KV whenever they go to the success endpoint, which means I guess they've paid. And that one is whenever Stripe fires an event, and if like let's say invoice.paid event gets fired, then we also sync your Stripe data to the KV,
Yeah.
which is nice.
Yeah, it's just constantly gonna fire off a bunch.
Yeah, if anything in Stripe payment changes, then it's gonna resync for that customer.
Yeah. I think, okay, so I actually think I could get away with doing the normal free tier here. Because there's only gonna be a lot of like reads and writes if someone actually pays for it, which seems fine. Now there is
True.
gonna be like a like a customer creation every time someone kind of goes to sign in and do the actual checkout. But yeah, I mean, I could probably just add a payment method and pay as you go. Let me just do that actually, because it's probably not even going to charge me. That's probably the best solution. Instead of trying to guess this shit.
Yeah. I also highly advise you to, if you're going to be adding your payment method, I highly advise you to set a budget in Upstash,
Yeah.
just in case, because somebody might decide to run a for loop on your endpoint, and then it's gonna get fucked with your bank account.
Yeah. Alright, so it's 20 cents per 100k commands. That's epic.
Yeah, that's pretty
Oh
inexpensive.
yeah, we got a max budget here. Alright, I'm going to put this at like $10. It maybe even $5. Must be at least 20. Okay, fine. I'm gonna get clapped with the $20 a month fee if somebody finds a chink in the armor of this website, which is a very real possibility.
Hopefully, Clerk protects us. I don't know.
Please, clerk. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, you actually, yeah, that's true, because you're gonna have to be signed in order to like do anything at all.
Indeed.
So that's probably a pretty good thing. Okay, I now understand why Theo doesn't let you create a checkout session until you sign in now. That makes sense. I remember sitting here yesterday, I'm like, there's gotta be a reason for this. And I guess that is a reason.
It also, yeah, that is a reason also, because I've built a website where people can purchase stuff as guests without accounts. And honestly, the workflow, if you don't have an account, it gets more complicated.
Yeah, just a pain in the ass, because then you gotta like patch it in afterwards, and it's like a real mess.
Exactly. Because you need to make an account for the user, either if they don't want it or want it. So
Yeah.
you just force them in the first
Exactly, yeah.
place.
Just way simpler.
The stream delay, and I see your hand gestures with like 10 seconds delay. Like, oh yeah, makes sense.
Alright. Let me get this shit hooked up. Alright.
They have a primary region. Yo, did he leave me alone with the stream? Yo. Nah, I'll behave. I'll behave. Yeah, now it's the moment for me to say my Vercel promo code so that I can get some of that Mura my way. Another Vercel shoe, I knew it. He fell in with the wrong people, what can I say? Nah, I'm just kidding. I personally don't really care about Vercel. I think it might be even a bit of like a double-edged thing due to the issue that they don't want to develop stuff, so to make it easily open sourced. There is a bit of a conflict of interest there between making it open source and actually developing cool features that require like custom infrastructure, etc., etc. Because if you really want to replicate Next.js deployment correctly at the moment, oh boy, you need to know AWS infra, lambdas, bullshit. I don't even know. Maybe they're using Cloudflare workers or the R2 ones. I don't even know. Yeah, AWS wrappers, bro. Like everybody's doing an AWS wrapper, bro. Look, even at my company, we also do a bunch of AWS wrappers. We're like, oh, let's move to the cloud, guys. It's gonna be fucking dope. We can use all of this shit for free that's already built for us. So we moved to the cloud and we figured, oh shit, we have to make a wrapper around everything to make it usable for our developers. AWS Amplify, full stack TypeScript, frontend DX for AWS. Bro, what the fuck is this shit? Deploy web frameworks globally. Oh, what? So AWS is doing their own Vercel now. Uh-huh. They saw there is money there and they're like, sheesh, we need some of that money. Frameworks and languages you love. Yeah. They're basically copying Vercel. Welcome back.
Thank you. I was picking up my
I've been entertaining
food
the
delivery.
stream.
Nice. Man's a natural.
Yeah, I know about the Open Next project indeed, but even there I read a blog post from them that it's like even to get it to this state, it took them like years and years of community work. And from what I know, there's still some edge cases and some stuff are not optimized.
Web developers only want one thing, and it's AWS wrappers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wrap it for me.
Do you build a wrapper? The upload thing is a wrapper around
Yeah,
S3.
yeah, yeah. Everything's a wrapper. I mean, yeah, it's just like you
And
go
now
higher
that
and higher level just in the name of trying to be more productive.
indeed, and now with you coming into the reactor world a bit, basically you're gonna be you're gonna be a master of wrappers because React works with a lot of wrappers. If you want to use a library in React, you need like a wrapper or adapter for it.
Yup.
So yeah.
Alrighty, let me get this upstash thing going. I have no idea how the fuck to do this, but I guess we'll go to the quick starts. Next.js 14. Interesting. Alright, go time. Install upstash Redis. Alright, database setup. Okay. That is a nice and simple setup. I like it. That's why we're in
Yeah,
Next.js.
should be pretty quick.
Yeah. Made myself a new coffee as well. I'm ready.
Right
535
when I
packages
went
and
to
counting.
Vietnam and I
Pardon?
figured out coffees there. Sorry, when I went to Vietnam a couple of months ago, and when
Yeah.
I figured out what type of coffees they're making there, oh my god! As a coffee lover, this was like a dreamland. They have a coffee with everything you can imagine.
Yeah, dude, I'm a big instant coffee kind of guy. You know, that's my favorite coffee. I can just hear you crying on the
Okay,
inside right
okay.
now. Yeah,
Nah,
yeah. I
I'm
mean,
not a
like,
coffee snob, but yeah.
I don't know how it compares to Vietnam, but the coffees here are pretty good. Like, usually, whenever you go into a coffee shop, you get to choose your roasts. Um, and yeah, it's pretty good.
That's nice. In Vietnam, they made like coffees with like an egg, with
Oh shit!
coconut, with a bunch of weird stuff you would never imagine actually fit well with the coffee, but they actually taste pretty good.
Right, interesting. What is this supposed to be like a progress bar or something? I think so.
Yeah, but it's not rendering correctly on your thing. But yeah.
Interesting. All right, go time. Scoopity doopity. All right, let me get this M set up. For a good coffee, I've instant, but I end up drinking 90% instant because it's easy. Yeah, that's a vibe.
True.
Yeah, me too. Cheap and easy, gets the job done. If I had a lot of money, I'd just be ordering ice lattes every day. Cause
That's after you
it's
run.
actually not that expensive. Like it's pretty decent.
The pumpkin spice latte. I've never
I'm a
tried
real
it.
web developer. Pumpkin spice latte. I'm a hot girl web developer. I need my 2 hour hot girl walk breaks at my company. I will sit down at my desk and work for a total of 30 minutes. That is my work day.
And that was a busy day.
Mm. That was a busy one, yeah.
By the way, just a heads up, if you want to be more professional about it, and I see you're going to be adding those environment variables in,
Hmm.
you should also define them in the env.js file you have in your source folder.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Gotta get them type errors.
Exactly. And
Okay.
also, I saw you were using like the process.env, which will work perfectly, but you could also import any environment variable from your env.js file directly as well.
Oh, okay. That makes way more sense. Thank you for that pro tip. Okay. Oh, here we go. REST API.env. I can copy this in. Okay. All right. I mean, I think I'm good to go here. One of the rare examples of them blurring things out in the console, and it's lovely. So instead of just giving me the keys for everyone to stream, the dashboard is streamer friendly. Big win for Upstash. All right, I'm going to assume I throw these on the server, and yeah, we'll see how we go.
Yeah, those two environment variables should not be public. They should not have the next public because you don't want them exposed.
Awesome. Right, yeah, that's the giveaway then. If it's got the next underscore public, then yeah, it's probably good in the client. Okay.
Yeah, actually, it's also built into the Next framework itself. Any variable that starts with Next public will automatically be exported to the browser client.
Nice.
So you can access it on the client side. But any variable that doesn't start with Next public stays on the server.
Epic. All right, I'm also going to throw this in the example so I can get the CI working properly.
Yep. Real web developers drink matcha latte. Oh yeah.
All right, I think I'm ready to go. Homepage setup. All right, import Redis. Okay, and then I can just use that. Interesting. I wonder how I can use a KV store now. Maybe that's something separate I have to set up.
Let me look into that for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just scouring the docs now, so we'll figure it out eventually. I think I might have actually just made a database, not a KV store.
Redis is a KV store. It is a database, just a key value store database.
Okay, gotcha.
You're creating a database on Redis, it's KV by default.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
If you don't want a KV database, let's say you want a relational, then you pick MySQL or Postgres.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, we could probably just call Redis dot get or whatever, or dot put.
So this KV that you're seeing in his examples, this comes from Next.js. And I'm wondering, a KV store, I use Reddit, but any KV will work. So I'm wondering, just the library itself, the KV dot whatever, can I link that Next.js KV library with your Redis, or do I need to use Vercel's bullshit with that library? Let's see.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're gonna have to, I guess, use the Redis library directly. You can use Vercel KV with any Redis client you prefer. So we should be able to do that.
Gotcha.
See.
So Vercel KV and then using whatever.
Yeah.
Right. All right.
Let me see. Do they have an example?
So a game dev course last week, wondering if they have any tips or tricks for me. Yeah. Get back to work.
Well said. Oh. Okay, I think I have something. 1 second. Vercel KV quick start.
I mean, it seems like... Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will send you a link, and this is how you can connect your Vercel KV with any Redis store. I'm not sure if you already saw that.
I mean, it seems weird that we're even touching Vercel right now.
Yeah, indeed. It's their library, and I guess it's a nicer API you can use with their library.
Oh, we
But
got
I think you
upstash
can directly
workflow,
use the.
maybe? No, I don't know. No, that's probably not it. No, that's for something completely
You
different.
can use it. Okay, do you wanna try something? I think we can quickly solve this.
Yep.
So let's get you first. Do you need to install Vercel KV? I know I would prefer using that because I don't want you to strive further away from what Tio is doing and then blame me to like, oh, whatever. So I want you to stay close to what he is doing. So I would like you to also do Vercel KV.
Okay.
And I think you need to install it separately. So do an npm install Vercel KV, sending you a
Yep.
link for that as well.
Okay, yeah, and then we got the KV
There you
set.
go.
Okay. I mean, yeah, this
Yeah.
seems exactly like what it
Then,
is.
indeed, then we're going to rename your environment variables. Instead of calling them upstash, we're gonna name them. If you scroll a bit down, you would see in the create client, yeah, connecting to KV stores, you see we have two options. We either set the environment variables or we pass them into the create client, but you can directly set the environment variables yourself with the correct names and it's gonna pick them up automatically. So you can see how connecting to KV stores, they say there are two ways to connect to your KV store. The KV client, which is PUT client that uses your KV REST API token and KV REST API URL environment variables to connect to your KV store. Or option two is you call the create client method itself and you pass in those things. I suggest you to rename your environment variables to match KV REST API token and KV REST API URL. And technically that should be it. You should be able to already do KV set and all of that other
Okay,
stuff.
awesome. All right, let's give it a shot. What is this guy? At the cell KV?
Yep.
Okay. Alright.
Nice. Now rename your environment variables with the new names.
Yeah. Let's do it. So instead of upstash Redis REST URL, is it just KV Redis?
It is going to be KV underscore REST API token
Okay.
and KV
Redis.
underscore REST API URL. So
Yep.
those are the two.
Or REST API URL and API token.
Yep.
Right. I mean, I'm doing some live surgery right here. This is we have cloak on. I like to live life on the edge. Play some like Mission Impossible music right here. All right. I think I'm in. All right, environments are up, I think. So then it's just a matter of using it, right? Or do I need to do any setup? Or can I just like literally import it?
You just import KV and KV set.
Interesting. All right, what would be the best way to test this? Probably make like just a page with a button on it or something.
Yeah, make a Yeah, put a button on your main page and an on-click event handler can do KV set.
Hello?
You created a folder, page tsx.file.
What? KV test. I mean, or did I get the slash wrong? No. I'm so confused right now, dude. There we go. I've lost my music. Can't have that. I see the little triangle everywhere, man. It keeps following me. Yup. It'd be like that. Alrighty. Okay, so I'm gonna make a little temp page and we're gonna see how it goes. Holy shit, my mouse is fucking up. I don't know what is happening here. That's alright. What the fuck? What horrifying framework did we land on? You already know, dude. The framework that everyone lands on. The only framework there is. When things need to get done. Oh, I forgot to rename a single thing. Okay. Now we're cooking. npm install at just do the fucking job for me. Yes, sir. Alright. I've got a page to test things. Now. How would I even want to do this, I wonder? I guess we could just do like a test counter thing. If I just have a button with an on click, maybe?
Yeah, that should work.
probably need like a use state or something, right?
No, not necessarily. Do you want to see the counter? If you want to see the counter,
Yeah.
probably yeah.
This is my first time ever writing a use state hook. I've seen it in the docs. I know what it means. I just have no idea what to even type. Let me find this real quick. React use state. Oh man, it's so over. Alright, const, and then we have the name with the set name equal use state start at 0. Oh god. I feel like I'm violating.
Okay. Yeah,
Violating some
that's
laws.
good stuff.
Alright, how the fuck do I do this? Alright, so the thing is, I want to have a number thing here, right?
Yeah, so if you want to do that, now you use curly brackets and you put counter inside.
Okay, yeah, that's what I just did. Okay, so that was a correct
Okay.
assumption.
Yeah.
So then set counter thing?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. So what actually is this guy? This is a promise, so we gotta await that. This
Yeah, so you
is
can
not
make your whole
async
on
function.
click, you can make your whole on click async if you want
Okay.
to await stuff.
Async. Ooh, fancy. Now does this need a use server up the top?
No. So you no, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Because this is
you
like
actually
an action,
bring up
right?
Oh wait, you bring up a very good point. You want to run that on the server. So
Yeah.
this KV inside of here,
I'm pretty sure we can just do
let's
use
see what
server.
happens.
I saw this in a Theo vid.
Okay, cool.
We'll see how it goes. Things
Yeah.
might break. Does this need to get refreshed or anything, or is it gonna be fine? We'll see.
So the idea is whenever you call set counter, this
Yep.
does a bit of extra stuff and it will re-render everywhere counter is used. But I've never seen this
Okay.
use server thing. I don't know. Let me see.
Uh,
Maybe you need to write the action, but then it's gonna be a bit weird because the state is on the client, but you increment on the backend.
Right.
Because use
Shit's
state
wild.
only runs on the client.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so what I would... Oh, that's getting a bit complicated, but I guess we would have to do it because we don't have a choice. So all of your KV calls will have to happen on the server. So you need to have an action or an API endpoint that you call from the UI.
Yeah, I mean, well, I
That
was
then
thinking
runs
this
on
is
the
an
server.
action, but it's an on-click, right? So I think we need to do...
Yeah, let
Like
me
a
see
form?
how those things are done. Yes. Action for the click. Yeah, so... okay, yeah. So you can do that, but you would have to do it... You would have to do it not inline, not in the JSX.
Yeah.
So let me...
Yeah, because now it's like a can't call use state because this is now a server action thing, so we can't use the set counter in here.
Yeah. So this is the link. and you would be able to see in that link how they do it. Oops, there it is. And basically, if you want to have a server action, you have to define it as a proper function, not an inline function. So if you go to
I'm
server
pretty sure you can
component,
do it
and
as an
then you'll
inline
see-
function though.
Let's see.
Like I saw Theo write this code in the big tutorial somewhere. I can't remember where
And
it
he
was.
put use server in the JSX itself.
Shout out Trash Dev.
Yes. It was basically like an inline action.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering.
At least the documentation.
Yeah, here, look, ready? Form action and then
Yeah,
use
right.
server. And this was a server action.
Yeah, but that's a form.
Yeah.
So a form is different than a button click.
Gotcha, yep. Okay. Yeah, so I just changed it to be a form just then. So this is now an action in the form.
Yeah. But if you change it the form, then you need to have a button type submit inside of the form because
That's what I was thinking.
if-
Yep. Type
Yeah.
submit.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Now-
then that submits this action.
Exactly. If somebody clicks the submit type button in a form, then the whole form submits.
Yeah.
And with that action, indeed.
Gotcha. Okay.
And maybe there you can use server, hopefully.
Yep. So, I mean, we've still got the issue of we can't actually do the use state in here, I don't think. 'Cause
Yeah,
this
so
was-
if you want to do the use state, you would have to put use client on the first line on top.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, because use state is only on the client.
Now,
Okay, so now it's 0.
don't know where this
You
button
have to
is.
put some text in the button. Put some text in
Oh,
the button
yeah,
so
of
that
course.
you can see it.
Alright. We're getting somewhere. Missing required environment variables, KV REST API URL, KV REST API token. So these
After
needed-
you changed your .env, did you restart your server?
Yeah. I can try again though. I might also have the names wrong.
Yeah, double check the names as well.
Okay.
What are the names in the
Rest
error?
API URL.
What did we put them?
Alright, let me try and find these guys.
Oh, we typed in test, but it's actually rest.
No, I typed in REST.
Ah, okay. Oh. Well then. Oh. Can I see the code again? More specifically the JSX? The TSX? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Alright,
AV rest.
I probably need to make this use server.
Yeah, exactly. Because now this is running on the client and those variables are not exported to the client.
Yep. Okay.
Use server.
Incline components.
It's
Okay,
not
so-
allowed to define inline.
Yeah, because I think we're calling the set counter. I think it's getting confused. No?
Wait,
Okay.
no, no, wait, read the error. The error is actually quite good. So, It says to use server actions in a client component, you can either export them from a separate file with the use server at the top or pass them down through
Okay.
props from a server component. So
Needs to be separate.
you would probably, make a separate file for that server action.
So I'm curious why this works. I guess probably just because this component is a server component.
Yeah, most likely, indeed. We would have to see the top of his file, but most likely it is a server component.
Gotcha.
Oh, it has a redirect, so it's most likely is already server.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing marked, so by default it'll be a server component, right? Awesome.
Exactly.
Sweet. All right, I feel like I'm starting to understand this a bit better. This is cool.
Yeah, there is a bit of a split brain issue with Next.js and modern frameworks. You need to figure out where your code is running.
Yeah,
and it's a bit complicated sometimes.
I mean, it's kind of the whole reason that I chose this, so that I could like get better at having the server and client kind of just in the one spot, because I didn't really like splitting them across files. It just feels nicer to write code this way, I don't know, even though it is a bit more complicated.
Yeah.
All right. So I do want to figure out this counter thing because I think it'll be very important.
Let's figure it out. Go to your server folder and create a new file, and let's call it increment.ts.
Yeah.
And inside of there, we're gonna have only one function, which
I would also be curious, like, how you would actually just change this to be a server component. You'd probably put the counter inside a different component that just has use client.
Yes.
And then pass down props.
Exactly. Yeah.
All
That's the way. The way for you to do that is to have your server component load in the props already, have them loaded, and pass them down to the client components.
Okay.
What I would do is I would separate this into a separate action. I would, in that action, it's gonna be a server action. I would increment with the KV, and I will also return the new value. And inside of here, when the action succeeds and returns, I will update the state here in the counter.
Yeah.
That's how I would do it.
Okay.
You could also think of server actions as simple API endpoints
Yeah.
that work a bit more like functions, but technically they're API endpoints. You need this test action TS to be in your server folder, not in the app folder.
Or will it not work in line like this?
I mean the file itself.
Yeah, I mean, like, will...
I'm not exactly sure.
Because, I mean...
Don't just... I wouldn't. Put it in server, because the convention is that in your app folder, only things related to your page sit.
Okay.
To your different pages. That's why you have app, that's where your pages are. You have components, and then you have server.
Yeah, gotcha. That would make sense. I mean, I was just trying to get something sloppy done, but I guess I may as well do it the
just
right
in
way.
case, because Next.js is a bit picky with namings of folders due to also the file-based routing, stuff like that.
Okay, so this, I mean, you probably just throw a use server up the top of this, right?
Yeah, you need the use server at the top.
Okay, and now we just kind of do a thing in here. Okay. So the increment counter, would this just return the count?
We would have to. Hopefully, we would have to console log it, but hopefully it does. Maybe it returns an object, and then inside of that object is the counter, but...
Okay.
console log it and we will see.
Alrighty. So
Now on the on click, you should, instead of this inline definition of a function, you should just put the name of your server action function.
would it be in the action, or would we do it on the on click in here on the button?
I would do it in the action on the forum.
Yeah.
I think it shouldn't matter at the end of the day, but do it on the forum because you already have it. Huh? You have an extra curly brace in the action field.
Ah, that's what it is. Okay.
And why is it complaining? The expected type comes from property action, which is declared here on type. Type number is not assignable to type void. Because the function returns a number, right?
Yeah.
Our function returns a number, I guess, but it's expecting a void one. So let me look. You can put it on the on click. Just put it on the on click. Fuck the forum. Sorry for the word. Fuck the forum. Put it on the on click button like so. Sending you some code.
Okay.
And create will be the name of your function here.
Create. Interesting.
Yeah, so we use this anonymous function to immediately call another function. Doesn't matter.
So that other function is just actually. So could we maybe do like a increment counter? Like that?
Exactly.
Okay.
That was my thinking. And now, await, make it await that on click, so that you can then set counter of the thing after it's done, right?
Okay, so this is returning a promise to a number.
Yes. Because it's
Okay.
going to go over the network, so promise always.
Wait, so we can call await on
Yeah.
click? What do you mean? Do we
So
await
on
in here?
No. You await on increment counter. You await on increment
Yeah.
counter, and you
And
need to put
change this to
async. Yeah, exactly.
So now we got the thing. So how do we get this thing out into the counter? I wonder.
Yeah, and now set counter after that.
Ah,
And that's how-
okay, because this is running on client now, so we can set counter
Exactly.
with the thing, and then now we should have the counter. Okay. All right.
In theory. Let's see the next
see how
error
we
we
go.
get.
All right, so we gotta click me. Let's go! Yeah! Look at that,
Nice.
huge. That's in the
Nice.
KB, baby.
Now go in your KV dashboard in Upstash
Yeah,
and just
yeah,
check
yeah.
the data is there,
All right.
that it's not hallucinating something to us.
Let's see. Well, I run 7 commands. Let me see if I can find the dashboard somewhere. Data browser.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. transferring with the other account usage. Oh,
Is it there?
GG boys, GG.
Nice.
That's huge.
Let's go. Awesome, bro.
Oh my
Your
God.
first data in a key value store DB. Let's go.
That feels good, and it was done using React.
Mhm.
Wow.
And it
That
was
was-
done using combination of server and client.
Server and client. Let's go.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's
So
huge.
now what's happening, the source of truth sits in your KV, and this counter here that we have in the use state, this is like a local representation of that only sits in the client, and we keep it synced with the set counter thing.
Yeah. Now, if I wanted to actually, because if I refresh this hard, I would imagine it would be initially 0 until I click.
Exactly.
So in order to
Yeah.
get that working, we would just do something in here to kind of like just get the KV, like the initial state of it.
Yeah, something like that. How should we do that? Let me see. There are a few ways of doing that. Because we're using a client component, it might be a bit tricky, but most likely we would have to make a function get counter or something
Could
here in the
probably
actions.
rework this to say that this is a put as well, maybe, or yeah, I don't know actually.
So
But
this increment,
that would be a solvable problem, but I don't think I really care to solve that right now. Maybe I do.
I think we could easily solve it. Let's try.
Yeah.
Make a new function inside of your test actions, and let's call it get counter. It's gonna be again a server action, because write KV only on server. And I will show you, we're gonna use another hook called use effect. And with the use effect,
We're doing a use effect now, are we?
yeah.
Okay.
I can quickly explain use effect as well.
From
So-
my current understanding of use effect, it's like you're trying to interact with things outside of React, and you give
So
it.
you,
Yeah, that's all
Yeah.
I know so far.
it's a good starting point. Almost always it's not necessarily to interact things outside of React. The idea of use effect, it's a so-called lifecycle hook. So
Okay.
every component in React gets has a life cycle, and the life cycle goes like so. We start with component pre-mount, component mounted, component after mount, component pre-delete, post-delete, right? So use effect, what you can do is you can hook into different different parts of the life cycle of the component and run various code. So for example, the most used case for use effect is, for example, when the component gets mounted, it's gonna have a side effect. So the component gets mounted, we're gonna call the get counter we're going to set it in the state. So every time the component gets mounted, we call the KV to get our value.
Okay.
And that's like a side effect of your component rendering,
Gotcha.
basically.
Right.
So
Alright.
let me give you a piece of code so that you use effect. But the idea is with use
Oh.
effect, you hook into different life cycles of the component itself.
Okay. Cool. Yeah,
So,
I'd like to see
you
how that
would
looks.
like-
I'm gonna be right back. Quick toilet break.
Okay.
Alright. I have a soda. I am ready.
I'm writing up a quick function for you. Get kv
Cool.
counter. I am gonna have it just a sec. Get kv counter. Set counters use state. And then we're going to fetch counter dot catch error. Yep. Okay. So I'm sending you an example, and you're gonna have to finalize it. 1 second. So copy the last message, and you can paste it in your thingy.
Alright, so we got...
I will explain. I will explain some things here.
Okay. Fetch counter catch. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, what's happening here? The use effect. It's a bit. The syntax is fucked on use effect. I will be completely straightforward with you. It's kind of fucked. So if you look at the last line of the use effect snippet I sent you, you will see that technically in the use effect function we pass in two
Yeah,
arguments.
so we've got these arguments in here. So what are these guys for?
Yeah, so this is a so-called dependency array. So
Okay.
anything you put inside of here, if anything that you put inside of this array changes, the function will rerun. Let's
Okay.
say you want to have like confetti pop-up whenever the counter reaches 10. Then you can have a use effect, and in the dependency array you put the counter, and inside of the use effect, anytime the counter changes, the function inside of the use effect will run. We live
Okay.
at the moment we're leaving it empty, and if you leave it empty, this means another thing. That's why I'm saying it's fucked. If you leave the array empty, the dependency array empty, then this will run every time the component re-renders.
Okay.
Right? So and that's the first two cases. Like if there is anything in the array, the function will run only if the things in the array changes. If the array is empty, the function will run every time the component re-renders. And if you don't even pass an array, it will run only once when the component is initially mounted, not every time it.
So, I mean, we could probably just run on initial mount, right?
Yeah, and only if you want to do an initial mount, then you remove the array. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Gotcha.
And inside of here, because why do I have this fetch counter function inside of the use effect function, right? That's a bit confusing, right?
Yep.
Can't we do get kv directly? Well, use effect is a bit tricky, and you cannot really pass an async function to use effect. But the kv needs to be async because I need to wait for the response, right? So it's a bit of a limitation here, and that's why you basically create a function inside of the use effect function, and you call it, and you do the dot catch.
Okay.
And yeah, now the only thing you need to do is basically copy my code, remove the dependency array as you already did, and in get kv counter you need to replace it with the kv.get.
Yep.
And set counter is like, I guess, set counter, and that should
Okay.
work.
Cool. So this is going to get run on mount. In order to actually do a proper async function in here, we need to do our own little thing.
Exactly.
So just an
Because you
inline
can't
kinda.
really. Yeah.
Okay. Now,
And inside of that, you do the KV. You do
wouldn't
the.
this be running on the client though?
No, sorry, not KV. I mean, you call your server action that you made. Sorry.
Oh, yep. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's
I mean,
gonna
couldn't I
look
just call the
exactly the
server
same.
action directly, like the get? I mean, what was it? Get counter and then dot catch afterwards or something.
I'm not exactly sure. Ah,
'Cause,
yeah,
I mean,
you can.
this is
you
an
can.
ASIC function, right?
Yeah, but the dot catch is only gonna catch whenever there is an error. So you would need a dot success, if I'm not mistaken.
Finally?
You don't need dot then. Dot then is whenever it returns. Dot catch is if there is an error.
Gotcha.
Dot finally is both cases.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so dot then
And in then, yeah.
we would do our unfulfilled thing, or just a.
So yeah, just a function, and in the arc of that function should be the return of get counter. You don't. So this const res is not necessary because you handle the response in the dot then function.
Okay.
So that's how promises work.
Yeah.
You handle the promise with dot then and dot catch. You don't need to assign it to a variable. Yeah.
All right. How would I get the value of the return in here then? Like, where
Yeah.
would that even be?
So that will come in as an argument of this function that you created inside of then. Yeah, exactly
Like
there.
this?
Yep. You can put it as any or whatever, I don't remember.
Right.
Also, if you hover over the dot, then you would be able to see how exactly it is.
Okay.
Value.
Is that the value unknown?
Yeah, that's the value. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So yeah, just name it value, and you should be good, I guess. I think.
Okay.
Yep. And I would do set counter value. Yeah. So now value, what is the type of value? Is unknown. So probably we will need to cast it to.
Yeah, how do you do cast? Is it just like as number?
Yeah, as and then the type you
Yeah.
want. Exactly.
Okay, cool. So then that'll make this a number. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's where it's at. Okay.
And then the value here is number, and then here is number. Just make sure to console log it and see the console, because sometimes it might not return the number directly. It might return like an object with the value inside of it. Who knows?
Right.
Yep. And now that should run only once the first time the component renders.
Yep. Hey. Good old React. Okay, let's see.
I guess try it out. Let's see.
Yeah. Updates to 9 straight away.
Nice. It's going to first be 0, and then it's gonna load the 9 in, because we load the component because it's client component, and once it loads on the client, then it fires a request to the server. If you wanna be smarter about this, you're going to split this use client into a separate component and make the page be server side, and it loads the counter already in, so that you don't have this 0 and then switching to 9.
Yep.
We have this switching to 9 now because we first send the component to the client, the component loads on the client, makes the request to the server.
Yeah.
So if we
So it would probably be
change
better
here,
just
it's a bit
make this a
nicer.
server component then, right?
Exactly, and extract this counter buttony thing into a separate client component. Yeah.
Okay.
The idea is you want to make use of server components as far as they can get you, and
Yeah.
only convert to client at the end
Yep.
for the smallest thing, like the button only or something like that.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I want to try and refactor this into a server component. I'd like to see what that looks like. So I'm gonna have a think about this. I would say. I mean, first of all, I mean, I could. Am I allowed to do server components in the same page, or do I have to make a second
So
thing for this?
one page, one component, one export default. You see how it says export
Yeah.
default function? You cannot export default twice. You can
Gotcha.
only export default one thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think about how do I make this kind of inline.
So
Like, how do I just
how
pull my
I would
like?
personally,
Can I just do export function, and then this just be a component?
yep,
that I
export function. Yeah, that's already a component indeed.
Okay.
And
so
if
could
if
I
it
use that
returns
in here?
So if you want to make this component use client, then you would need it to be in a new file because you need that use client on the top, but you don't want the use client on the page as well, right?
Gotcha.
So you would need to separate. What I would do is I would get used to separating into components. So I would now create a new component in your components folder and I would call it counter. And that component, let me walk you through this. Create a new component, call it counter.tsx.
All right, and this would be the server component counter?
That's going to be the client component counter, so that we make your page server rendered. So yeah. So for this, make your function here, right? Yeah, use client on the top, then export default. Function, make sure to name your function something as well. Yeah. And let's now let's get you to work with props in components. So I'm gonna write you how I've seen in companies how they do it. 1 second. The idea is we are going to pass in the counter from the server component to the client component so that it's already loaded. And interface I counter props counter number. So, and then here it would be number I counter numbers. Okay, there it is. So this is going to be the props. People like to do them with interfaces, and then the function definition of the component will look like this.
Okay, I'm going to try and get the page set up. So I'm assuming now the page is like server rendered.
Yep. Page is server rendered.
So we get rid of all this kind of use state stuff.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna kind of dump this out here.
Mm.
Okay, so this is server rendered. In here, I would do something like
Yep.
we grab our counter component.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh man, I love that smart import right there. That's really nice. Just do like a
Mm.
bang. Really good. Alright, so that's the counter. This guy's running on client, but
Yep.
this is
But
a
we're calling
server.
it from a server. No,
Okay.
this is a client. The page is the server.
Yep,
The component
the
is the
page is the
client.
server, the component's the client. So we pass down our count into the counter.
Exactly, as an argument. First, you need to define the arguments of the counter component, of course.
Yep.
And I showed how to do that with the code I sent you.
Yep. Okay, so and we would also have like the on-click logic and everything in here, or would that be like where would that go? Because I guess we need the separate button, right?
Counter. Yeah, so here the counter component will be both the button and the counter itself. So basically what you had in the page, we're gonna recreate it here as well. So in here in the counter component, here you can put your use state counter and everything, just as we did before.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is going to be different here is that whenever we use state, we don't create use state with a 0. We're going to create use state with an
With the
already
props.
pre-given argument from
Yep.
the props. Exactly that
Okay.
we're passing.
All right. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's like a different way of doing this with like just having a server component that gets the amount. Well, I guess it wouldn't feel snappy on client, but if you just had a server component that would always just kind of like stream in the counter. Oh, sorry, like the thing from the KV. But I guess you still need
We're
like the
doing-
client button to click.
Yeah, so the button itself and the on click, that's always going to be on client.
Yeah.
If you want to have the use state, that's always only on client. You can have use state on server.
Yeah.
And we're kind of doing what you said. We're going to load the counter on the server and pass the initial value to the client component. And then from there on, the client component takes over.
Yep.
So basically,
Okay.
request is made to the server. The page is server, so the page starts loading on the server. On that page, we're going to get the KV, the counter from the KV, and pass it to the client, so that whenever it goes to the client, the client component already has the props in it, and it's already I already have an initial value, which we got when we were on the server.
Okay. Cool. So I guess to get that initial value up here, I just do a get counter.
Yeah, and you would need to convert the function to async, of course, because you would like to await it.
All right.
And that value will be passed to the counter component.
Okay. So how do you pass props in here? Is it just like props?
It's just
Cool.
like class
Done.
tape, so I would say count, yeah, dot props, directly the name of the prop.
Oh, so you just say like count equal val or something.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
then
And
in
now on the
here-
counter, you have to define it. I suggest, so this is the definition, but that's not the value itself. I would suggest you do the interface how I showed you, because it makes more sense
Okay.
to newer people to JavaScript. Because you can do it all inline, but it's a bit complicated. I can explain that to you as well.
Yep. So it's like this, and then this, and then this.
Exactly. Yeah. The value is on the left side. After the semicolon is the definition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is like an object, right?
Yeah, but you have to counter number. You have to specify counter twice. Like counter
that?
on the left side so
Yeah.
that you get it.
Okay. Yep. Gotcha. So that's why it's better to do the interface. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Less typing, basically, more readable.
Yep.
Okay.
Because you can imagine with larger components, you have a lot of props.
Okay.
Yeah. And now, the same code as we had before, only that use state. Yeah, semicolons. It fixed it. Nice. Okay. Cool.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm just fucking around with TypeScript right now to see what's what.
Yeah, of course.
Cool. So order doesn't matter here. It's just we're trying to match the interface.
No. Yeah. What's happening here is so-called deconstruction. Basically, you're deconstructing an object into the individual properties.
Cool. Awesome. Alrighty, so we got the initial value for counter.
Yep. Now we can do the use state and pass it, instead of a 0, pass it the counter. And then display it. And of course have the function in the button as well.
Yeah. Okay, I need to remember this syntax.
Square brackets now.
Okay. I mean, this is gonna be a name conflict, though, right?
Yeah, you can rename it to C and set C, or yeah. Yeah, that's good. Nice.
Okay. So this is also gonna have the button.
Yep, because it's also on the client.
Okay. Yeah, this is really fucking complicated.
No, that's not that much. Here it's you're looking for the button. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about like how many different states my brain is in right now. It's like,
Yeah.
it's interesting. All right, so the button, it's not using the type submit anymore. It's literally just an on click.
Yeah,
Then-
we don't care about the type submit because we don't have the form anymore.
So the on click
You
is
already
equal
have
to
on click.
this guy. So this is running on the client.
Yeah,
Okay.
that will print in the browser.
Yep. Okay, so at this point we want to do an action to set the counter.
Yeah, we do the increment thing here the
yeah.
same way.
So increment counter thing, and then we set that. Okay. And we're also just kind of showing.
Yeah, we need to display the counter as well.
That guy. Okay.
Curly brackets for the counter.
Cool. Okay, so we get the initial one, and then that's that.
Yeah. The idea is we get it on the server, and we pass it to the client.
Okay.
Is it instantly 9 from the beginning?
Yeah. So if we go here,
Nice.
it
Working.
just takes a long time. It gets there. Okay. Cool. So to make this
also-
even better, I mean, I think you could do like a something to do with suspense, right?
You would like for this whole thing to have to render something else before it loads or something like that.
Yeah, so basically making the page, I don't know if the page would still get server rendered, but I'd imagine you could have like a static, like, not server rendered page, and then just wrap the server component in suspense. So like the page would load straight away, and it would show the button and everything, but then actually, yeah. I mean, then you're kind of splitting out the button and the label and stuff.
You're also mixing it a bit in your head a bit, to be perfectly honest. It's not completely correct what you said. So what's happening is this already runs on the server the moment they make the request. So you don't need to wrap it the moment in suspense. If you wanted to wrap it in suspense, we have to go back to our previous solution. Then it would make sense to be suspense. You only need suspense whenever the client is making a request to the server, but at the moment this is not happening. What's happening
so that's what I'm saying. Like we changed this
preload.
page to be on the client, right? Or just not server rendered, and then you would put the counter inside the suspense.
In suspense.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
And you would move this await get counter inside of the inside of the component as well.
Yeah.
And then suspense will automatically pick up any asynchronous requests that are happening from inside of the component.
Yep. Okay. What
But
determines
indeed, at the
if
moment-
this is getting server rendered or not? Is it the async?
It is the use client on the top if it's missing or not missing. If it is
Okay.
on the top, if it's not on the top, it's always going to be server rendered. If it's use client on the top, it's gonna be client. And also async components and async pages as you have here are only possible on the server. You cannot have an async page on the client.
Yep. Okay.
Async is only for the server, pretty much. You can kind of think of it that way.
Okay. So if I go back to making this guy
Yeah, so now that would most likely raise an error because you cannot have use state in a
Yeah.
non-client component.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay. So I think what
How
I
you
want to
have
do is
for the
split out
button?
the button and the actual text.
Okay. I think you can do that.
So yeah, I really just hate having multiple files for things. is there a way I could
Yeah.
just not export default, just export and then have a bunch of components in here?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay,
But
cool.
make sure that in one file you only have client components.
Right. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Because the use client on the top of the file makes everything inside the client.
Alright, I'm gonna be kind of a caveman and just do client and server. Okay. So I would want the server components. Alright, so which one's the server component? The server component would be not the button, it would be the label for the counter. So like counter label or something.
Well, technically that one would also most likely want to be client because you want it to update whenever you press the button, if you know what I mean.
Right. Yes. You would just want an initial like fallback, like a loading thing. Like I want to
Yeah.
put something in suspense and like have it say loading until it
Okay.
like brings it in.
Yeah.
So it would be on the client, but you would just wrap that initial like loading state in suspense.
Yep. So let's do that now like this. Still the component is going to both the counter and the button will have to be client components. Just
Yeah.
it's just how it is. If you wanted to react and update, you would have to make it kind of like a client. You have also other variations, but I don't want you to dive deep into now path refreshing and stuff like that. That's a bit too complicated.
Okay.
So have this, yeah, this counter component is perfect like this. You make sure it's in a use client component, otherwise it's gonna error out. And yep, and you can remove the initial counter because right, we're going to make the request ourselves, so you don't need the prop because you want it to suspense, right?
Yep.
So let's make the request to get the counter inside of here already, and that will show you how to do the suspense. So here we can do the use effect, pretty much.
Okay.
You need the state. You need the state. Yeah.
Yeah. So it would
Let
be
me check.
okay. I'm really pushing my brain here. You can hear the gears
Let
churning.
me
Alright.
need to figure out a quick example. And so I guess everything inside how to use React expense for it. I think everything
Got a
inside should
heated
be.
debate going on in chat right now about stuff that doesn't
Oh,
matter
what's
at all.
happening in chat?
Get
They
back
have-
to work, boys. All right.
Oh, stuff has been going on.
No, so apparently it was the other way around for the empty array on the use effect.
Oh, really?
Maybe. Who knows? I
Why
mean,
do I
you'd have
doubt
to
that?
check the docs to double check it. But
Yeah.
amount of files is freaking me out. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. What am I trying to do? All right. Let's break it down. So what I want,
So you
static
want
page. Okay. Loads straight away. And what you see is you see a loading on the label, and you have a button you can press. I mean, I guess the button would kind of be grayed out until it loads, but that's kind of like a whole separate issue. Increment button. So, just the label itself. The label will do the fetch. And like that's actually kind of it. And then the button could be client, and it could manually set some effects. Like it could, on click, it could update some state. But how would I get that state to set into the new label thing? I mean, I guess I could like. I don't know. Because if the label was a server component,
it's not gonna re-render.
yeah.
You would need to make it re-render with calling a refresh. You can do that, of course. I just didn't want you to. I don't want you to go that direction because now you're gonna have to learn about a bunch of other stuff. What gets refreshed, when it gets refreshed. That's a whole another rabbit hole.
Okay. That seems like the most intuitive thing to me, though. Like if you just in the increment button, we like just directly set some state.
Yeah. The thing
On
is,
the
you have
label.
to think where the state is, right?
Yeah.
So you click the button, that's gonna happen on the client, right? And because it's a server component, you can't really just update the state and make the server component update. You have to, I guess, update somehow the state and refresh, which will make a new request to the server, re-render the server component with the new value and get it back to you. That's the way to do it, that way. You would need to make sure to refresh. And keep in mind what I mean by refresh, it's not gonna be a page refresh. You're not gonna see like a whole page refresh. No, it's gonna actually refresh only, I think, your current path or something like that. Let me see.
Yeah,
Maybe someone
you
check
probably
out.
choose like from this down, I want to refresh this, right? Like it'll just refresh all the components below it. Like I'm just trying to think like how I would orchestrate this in a way where we have the loading ... and then we have the increment. I mean, I guess like we could increment and then reload, but I kind of want like the increment to be instant. So, I mean, that kind of needs to be on the client.
Yeah.
But you also just kind of want to like load the initial value. I don't know.
Yeah. I think the best way is load the initial value on the server like we are doing now, pass it in as a prop. And if you want the update to be instant, what you can do is like optimistic update. The idea is you set you increment and set the counter instantly without waiting response from server.
Yeah. Okay.
With the idea that,
Cool.
I'm not sure if you want to do that. Yeah, you decide. Because if you're going to do optimistic updates, then you need to roll back if the server says no, right? So
Yeah. We're getting a bit deep in the weeds here. This is turning into a React learning day, but that's fine.
And keep in mind, at the moment, you don't need the loading, because the moment it renders, it's already there, right?
Yeah, but I want the page to load straight away.
You want it. Yeah, you want the page to load straight away, not wait for the KV request. I get you.
That's the thing I'm trying to solve for right now.
Yeah, then just make the KV request inside of this component here that you're looking at, and wrap it in suspense where you're using it. That should be it. That's everything you should be doing. Nothing more.
All right. Right. Yeah. We could also just put the button in here as well then. I guess that'll be fine. You just won't get the button until everything loads in, which I guess is okay. For this use case. Cool. Okay. So I wonder if like if up here I could just call like an action here and wait for that to set the initial state.
That's a good question. Let me see. Call action from client component. I think. Call server actions from client components.
Okay. So as it stands right now, I think this will just take a while for the page to load. Or maybe it just won't work at all. Ooh, interesting. It's stuck in a loop.
What did you... Let's see the code. That could be because of... Await, get counter, async. Wait, can you do async for a client component? What the fuck?
I mean, maybe not, because it's kind of fucked.
I don't think...
Ah, here we go.
It's...
Certain functions cannot be called during initial render. This would create a fetch waterfall. Try to use the same components to pass data to client components instead. Okay, yeah.
Exactly. So basically it's telling us, do this in a server component and pass it as props.
Yeah, okay.
So if you want to do that now, you'd probably need the use effect because it's a client component, right?
Yep.
So you need to hook into the use effect.
Okay, gotcha. So
But
we'd be
the
going
thing
back
is
to
then,
yeah.
yeah,
What's up?
I would do the use effect. It would still probably state will still start with 0, but then the use effect is going to set it,
Right.
and hopefully the suspense will not show before the use effect is finished, right? So that we don't see the 0 initially.
Okay.
Yeah. From what I see, this is like literally one of the only ways to do it if you want it that way. And keep in mind, I think I have to warn you. I think you're going against the principles of Next.js at the moment, right? Because you wanted server components, but now you don't want them, right? So, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, I'm just like pushing it and trying to see where the boundaries are.
Of course. Yeah, the person in the chat, he was right. Empty array runs only on first render. If you leave it empty, if you don't pass the dependency array, then it runs on every render. He's
Gotcha.
right.
Okay. Cool.
I had them in.
All right. Alright, I'm just gonna type stuff and see what happens.
YOLO, bro. Do it.
Okay. I'm trying to remember how to do the interface thing.
And just interface, then you name it.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
Let's see what's up in the chat. And even if I do operations that may totally throw errors because I'm handling the runtime, I have to wait for it to fail for me. What are you guys arguing about? The type system in TypeScript? Let foo equals bar foo 6 expected.
All right. They're arguing about stuff that doesn't matter. That's what they're arguing about.
They're arguing about the type system.
All right. So, what do I want to do? Let's see.
Do you want to try the suspense so I can show
Yeah,
it to
yeah.
you?
I mean,
Up to you.
that's what I want to do. I mean,
Okay, let's try it then. Let's you make a use effect with an empty array so that it runs only once inside of the counter, and then you wrap the counter around with a suspense, and it should work.
okay. So I don't actually need the initial count then.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we're gonna be getting the initial count in the use effect.
Yep, yep.
But indeed, even we're gonna do it with use effect, but from now I'm telling you what we have at the moment, it's better than the use effect thing. But yeah, let's try it with use effect.
Okay.
Just remember what I said. You can't have async functions directly in the effect. If you want an async function, you have to put it inside of that function.
Right.
You have to nest it
Yep. All right.
and
so,
put an empty array, as the person mentioned.
Okay. Wait, so we would do a function inside here that has the...
Well, yeah, no, there are two ways. Yeah, do it like that. Perfect. And value in, yeah, that's where
Okay.
the return is gonna come in. Wait, in JavaScript, TypeScript, you can do one thing in so many different ways.
Yep.
Literally, you can approach API request in 5 different ways. You can do it.
Okay, so what would be the other way of doing this? I think I started with it. Like, can we just kind of get rid of that and then do this? And that would be a function? Oh, that would be... that's a promise to a number.
Yeah. So you would need to make a new function, call it local get counter, and that will be an async one.
Mm.
And inside of that one, you can await. And then you call it in there, just like I wrote you on Discord. If
Yeah,
you look
yeah.
at the use effect example I have on Discord, exactly like that.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the easiest thing I can think of. Okay.
This will work perfectly now.
Yep.
Should work perfectly. And now, wherever you're using the component, you have to wrap it in a suspense.
Okay. Then how do we do the fallback? Is it just fallback equals?
Yeah, it's a property.
Yeah.
And inside of here you can do, yeah, you can do a div, exactly.
Yeah, that's not showing the waiting. So I would assume the suspense isn't working with the use effect.
Yeah, okay. So does calling a server action trigger a suspense? Because if you call fetch, the normal fetch API, it will suspend.
Okay.
1 second. Server Next.js server action suspend. Literally the first is like struggling with server actions. Stop using server action. Nah, I'm kidding. Let's see. Can I do Next.js? Suspense. Okay, so technically we can do it that way, but use query fetch post. Nah, I don't like this. I don't want you to use the React query thing, because then it's one more dependency. I don't like this.
I'm down for a bit of React query. I've heard it's good.
You sure? Okay. React query is dope, but I'm like, why do I need to put my server action inside of a React query hook so that the suspense fucking catches it? I don't get that.
Okay.
Why hasn't Next.js programmed suspense already on server actions? Why do I need to wrap my server action in a use query hook to get the suspense to work? That sounds like not a fun thing.
If you're using React 19, then you can use the use hook. It will work with suspense. It'll get you out of the use effect.
Oh, let's look at that. That's something new, by the way, because I'm not working with React 19. That's something new. React.use. I've heard of this one. Let's see. Use resource. Use is a React API that lets you read the value of a resource like a promise or context. Sounds good. So that's going to trigger mine. Oh, so I get a promise.
Oh, so that would help work
Yeah,
with suspense. Okay. And error boundaries.
he brings up a good point.
Interesting.
And so you see how it says message promise?
Yeah.
That's instead of message promise, we're gonna put the get counter in there because that's our promise.
Okay.
Yeah, let's try that. That would be pretty dope. That's a new feature of React. Oh, nice. And I guess here we put get counter, just like as a reference. Oh, do we call the function? How is the docs?
I mean, it just takes a promise, so I'd imagine that would just... Oh! Wait. Come on. You can do it. No. Ate shit.
Oh. It's.
Probably fuck something up.
Wait. Update the component router while rendering a different. Remove the use effect. Maybe it's fucking up with us a bit.
Oh, sorry, I completely forgot that was there.
And I don't think you should be calling get counter. Because you should just pass it in as a.
Like that.
Yeah. But why is it complaining? What's the error specifically? Argument of type is not assignable to parameter usable unknown.
See.
Yeah, bro, but if we call it... Oh, okay, let's try that.
Okay.
He might know a bit more. Const count get... Yeah, so code this outside of the component, so above your function definition. And then inside, I guess, use count.
Wait, really? Like, as in up the top here?
Yeah, maybe. The use
just-
use is something I haven't used, so maybe it works. Yeah, and call it, and now pass in. Yeah. Okay. So that's how it's
I mean,
done.
it worked.
Nice.
We've got an error there. Go from React state update.
Okay. Would it work?
Okay.
Come on, it hasn't
Inside,
mounted yet.
No.
No. That's a different one. It hasn't mounted yet. You're trying to update. Can we look at the error again?
Yep.
Can't perform a state command. It hasn't mounted. Yes, you have a effect in your render function that asynchronous later calls tries to update the component. Instead. And that is get counter. So get counter instance source counter app client. Huh. Okay. That is an interesting use.
Seems like it's because it's up the top here. That seems weird to me.
Can you put... That's a bit weird. I don't like that completely, but let's do it. Put the use state first, because usually it shouldn't matter, but let's put the use state first with a 0 again. And use effect with the dependency of the init. No, that was good. That was exactly how it should have been. You get it back to the same.
I mean, I'm just
Where you
fucking
say-
around here.
Yeah,
No.
of course.
Okay. Right. So you're saying something about the use effect?
Yeah, so I would do use effect, open up the use effect, and in the dependency array place init, so that the function will run whenever init changes. Yeah. Okay, and inside of the function say if init because init will be no in the beginning, right? Because it's an asynchronous, so that's why I'm saying if init. Yeah.
Okay.
If init, set counter init. Right?
Wait.
I'm not sure. I don't like this solution. I really don't like this solution.
Okay.
Give me a sec. That might be SSR. Yeah, that could be SSR. Could be server-side rendering. That's why it's complaining. Yeah. Let's see if it complains now. Maybe it will. It does. Okay. Doesn't matter then. Next. What's next in the solutions?
I mean, it's working. It's just giving an error. Kind of. Actually, I don't think it's even working.
Yeah.
Who knows? That's alright.
Now it's not working because you changed the use state to be 0. You have to put
Yeah.
it back to be init and it's gonna work. I'm not sure. Can you copy paste me this error, by the way?
Yeah.
I wanna
hold
look
on.
into it. Thanks. Oh wait, that's the stack trace. Can you send me the message?
I just copy paste the arrow. There we go.
Yeah. I'm gonna do some more googling with it. Thanks. So this is indicates that you have a side effect in your render function that asynchronous later code tries to update component.
Um,
Okay.
try to use a certain component to pass data to client components instead. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just trying to push this too hard, and we just do it the normal way and call it a day.
Yeah, so use would be perfect for 100% client-side things. Next appears not to love it. I have a different idea now. Let's try a different idea, but we're definitely pushing it to do stuff that it's not exactly meant to do it, but let's try to, because the thing is, it's not really seeing it as a promise or something. That's why the suspense is not liking it. So my idea is, what if I wrap it in my own function and my own promise? Then the suspense should be able to see it. Let's see. And albums use. Oh, that's still. That's still a server function.
Bro, what even is this? I came across this website when trying to look for Odin docs. That's kind of funny. Can you go back to the code just tuned in on web dev? No. I can't do that.
No code.
Alright.
No code for you.
How do we do things the legit I'm a web developer way instead of trying to like hack the shit out of this? You would pass counter with props to start off with, right?
Yeah, so basically the professional way would be to load the counter on the server side, just like we were doing it, and pass the initial counter as props to this component. That's the best one. And yeah, the page will technically maybe load a slightly bit slower, because like the server needs to make the request. But
I mean, I still want to like basically try and do the suspense thing with the server component.
Okay, then we do
this is so fucking like difficult to think about. Like, what I want to do is I just want to display a loading screen or just a loading div, right? To get the first fetch of the value, and then like swap in a client component afterwards with that initial state.
okay. So how should I tell you to do it the most simplest way? You wanna try the suspense?
It's hurting my brain trying to think about this. It's goal to show the loading screen and show the initial number. No, it's to show loading until we have the initial number.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, let's do it server component and so let's make a wrapper and let's do it a more professional way. Render component with default state, push default state in component. When Axios or whatever it is, pull data from the bottom, push it to the state with the use state. Use state without to refresh. Yeah, that's what we're trying to achieve basically. But we're facing a bit of an issue because of Next.js and server-side rendering. Let's do the following now. Let's. I guess I'm looking at an example here, which seems to be looking good. I guess. 1 second. It is loading close. Nah, I don't like this. Okay, so what we do is we're going to do the following. Do you want to go to your code?
Do the what?
Do you want to go to your code?
Yep.
And let me navigate you through typing stuff. So now here we're in the page. Let's let's go to the page itself, the page TSX. And inside of here in the your page TSX is a use client. I don't think it needs to be a use client on the top. Would have that been causing the error? because your page here doesn't need to be using client. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Man, if that was the fucking issue, I would shoot myself. No, it's not. Okay. Oh. Server rendering eroded functions cannot be called during initial render. Yeah, it's telling us to fetch it on the server and pass it to the client. It's like literally trying to force us into the that pattern initially.
I would be
Yeah.
alright. So
No, it's not.
what actually would this entail? Try use the server component to pass data to client components instead.
Yeah, the idea is that you load your data on the server, in a server component. The request is made from the server to Upstash. The
Yeah.
data is returned to the server. It's put into the HTML, and then the ready HTML goes to the client of the browser. That's
Yeah.
what it's trying to tell us. Basically, it's trying to tell us, hey, do your data fetching only on the server. Once you have your data ready and fetched, then move it down to your client components. That's what it's trying to tell us. And we're trying to do a bit of an opposite thing at the moment. We're trying to fetch our data
Yeah.
inside of our client component. So yeah, we're a bit bastardizing it, but it should be possible as well, even bastardized like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what people were also saying. Pass it via props. Ship it to counter via props. Yeah, that's how.
I mean, like
that's
that makes sense to me. Just passing it via
Mhm.
props, right? I'm just trying to think how I do that and also get the kind of fallback while we're waiting for that first thing.
Yeah.
Would it be something to do with
So
React
that's-
query?
Well, React Query is a wrapper around the fetch API, and
Right.
not really the fetch API. Actually, you can use it with any type of thing, but React Query, I don't think you need React Query. I think you're overcomplicating it if you put React Query in.
Okay.
To be perfectly honest, I think you don't need it. Yeah, it might help us a bit with the suspense, but we can achieve that even without React Query.
Okay.
So now here, let's try it. Create above the export default. Just make a new function. Call it function local counter or something like that. Yep. And that's going to return the counter component. It's going to, yeah, get the, yeah. Okay. So that function returns JSX. So return brackets, then JSX, start typing in JSX, and then inside of the JSX you're gonna call your counter. Yep. And also make the function async.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Now, before the return of that function, we're going to call our server action with await and get our initial counter.
and then pass this in via props.
Yeah, pass it in via props.
Oh, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to do.
Yeah, pass it in via props, and then on the bottom, yeah. I think you remove the props, so you need to redefine them and stuff like that, but yeah. Yep, that's looking good. And now down below you need to local counter. This
Or because it's not capitalized, maybe.
maybe try that. Yeah.
Would that be it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Shit. Yeah, let's go. Oh man, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Thank you.
Nice.
That makes so much sense. We're just having a basic server. Like this is a server component, right?
Yep,
And
that's a server
we're
component that we
wrapping
don't
the
load
client
initially.
one, and we're passing down the props.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
that way we can
and
still
we're
get the
wrapping
fallback.
Yeah. And we are wrapping the server component in a suspense itself.
Yeah.
So basically on first load, local counter is not loaded on the client and because of the suspense. And once the page loads on the client, then local counter starts to load. So we don't load local counter on the server at the moment.
Okay. All right.
Well, it's still on the server, but not on initial load. That's what I wanted to say.
All right, that's the pattern. That's awesome. I'm glad.
Yeah, you could use this pattern. That's a good pattern.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I would not. Yeah, I would not use it because I would like at work. For example, at work, I know you want it to load faster or whatever, but at work we have a huge app that's loading a bunch of data on the server, and honestly, it loads faster if you do it on the server because you don't have control over the client. The client could be Android phone from 2010 running an old Chrome and lagging, right? And then the client does more processing and more requests. And we like to offload this to our servers because we have full control on our servers.
Gotcha, yeah. Awesome.
And now if you want for the counter to tick up instantly, you have to do optimistic updates.
Okay. So it would basically be like we call I mean we could probably do like a thing plus one and then wait.
Counter plus one. Yeah. And then we increment.
Yeah.
And then I would after the wait I would put set counter to count again. And do you know why? Just in case if it got out of sync, right? Because if our optimistic update somehow didn't work or somebody was clicking the counter from another device at the same time, you know?
So the thing is, like, that's gonna fuck up now when we spam it, though.
Yeah. True. We need to be a bit more smarter then. Yeah. Nah, then you can just, I guess, leave the optimistic one.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Yeah. You have to disable the button so that we prevent the spamming. You have to make sure... What you can do, I do that a lot at work. Create a new use state and call it is loading and set is loading. And you're not gonna allow a new press if it's still loading from the old one. If you
I mean, I want to be able to spam it. So I actually don't want to disable the button. I just want to make sure that this ends up in the correct state in the end. So I mean, it's probably going to be a bit of work to get there, but I'm sure there's some kind of thing to do here. I think it doesn't really matter for me right now, but I'm sure there's a way of doing this nicely.
For this, you would maybe use query, because use query has caching and stuff. From what I know, use query can help you with the optimistic updates. There is an use optimistic hook. What?
Is this where React query comes into play?
Yeah, React query gives you a bunch of stuff actually. Also, React query can kind of replace your use state a bit as well, to be perfectly honest.
Okay.
A lot of people use React query because it can act as a store at the same time, because due to its caching functionality. Because React query caches every single request it does, and you can use it as a local store type of deal instead of using the other ones. What was it? You can use context, you can use state, you can use the fucking huge one. What the fuck? Expo? No, not Expo. Fuck, I forgot the name of it. Redux. Oh yeah, all that type of stuff.
All right. Well, I think that for now solves. That was a nice little learning React tangent. I like that. We could probably go deeper with React query, but I'm gonna call it there and get back to work.
And also, yeah, definitely just focus on your stuff and keep your game. That's what's gonna make probably the money.
Yeah. I mean, this is really interesting to learn about though, because I mean, it is fun.
Yeah. I don't. Fortunately, at work we're at React 17, so some of those new stuff I'm not familiar with, like the use and the use optimistic. Those are a bit new stuff for me.
Yeah.
But it is usually way more complicated than it looks, because you see, for a stupid counter you have to think about so much stuff.
Yeah. All right, yeah, React query seems like this is what it's trying to solve for.
Yeah.
At least in part.
It's trying to help you with making requests to your server in big projects. It's caching every single request, so you don't have to refetch data. You can invalidate a given request so that it refetches it if you want, or you can say, hey, if you make this request, you can cache it for like an hour. So if somebody else wants to do the same request, you don't need to do it again. You use the cache. But if an hour has passed, then you have to do it actually, right? So you can also have like caching rules, etc.
Cool.
It's also really cool a bit with state management, because for example, we were going to, in our case, we're going to have a hook that is use counter, right? And we're also going to have another hook which is a mutation hook, which is going to be mutate counter. And what we can do is, whenever we mutate the counter, we are going to invalidate the get counter request, which will force React query to refetch the get counter. So we can you can have really complex behaviors with React queries. Like, okay, so if I mutate my user, I don't want now to go and set user everywhere, etc. I just say invalidate user ID, and everywhere that somebody's made request with this user ID will get invalidated and will be refetched, which is really dope in big applications.
Yeah.
For your app, you don't need it. I will be completely honest. for your app, it's
Dude,
completely over.
I didn't need any of this like a week ago. I was basically ready to
Oh,
go.
yeah.
But I've been diving down the rabbit hole to try and figure out like what is happening here. You know, what's the best way
Yeah.
of doing things? How do we make cool shit? Purely just because I
It's
am
fun.
enjoying what I'm doing right now, you know?
Yeah, mate, that's why we're here most of the time, right? Because
Yeah.
if we wanted to make money, there is probably easier ways. I'll probably be selling coke or some shit like that if I
Yeah.
wanted to. But yeah, I hope I was of some help, hopefully.
Yeah, dude, no, you've been extremely helpful. Holy shit. That's thank you.
Also, I'm completely serious. If you want, I can build the website and everything for you. No price, no nothing, just for free. I don't really care. It's gonna take me like a day to do this,
Yeah.
so that you can focus on making your game.
Maybe.
But
Look, if
I will
I
never-
um i- if I feel like rage quitting, I guess. Oh,
yeah.
actually, I might add you to the repo just so you can like see everything and maybe like point out shit that I'm doing wrong. That might be pretty helpful. Um,
Okay.
but yeah, thank you for the alpha, dude. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. I've been doing websites for like fucking 6, 7 years now. So
Nice.
I can probably code them blindly, to be perfectly honest, at this point.
Yep.
That's why
Bit of
I'm
React.
bored of it and I'm looking to move into game dev because I'm so fed up with websites, bro.
That makes sense, yo.
Now, for you, it's interesting because you're doing it for the first or the second, third time.
Yeah.
But like after you've done like a few and you've done auth a few times, you've fetched the DB a few times, you've done Stripe a few times, you've done all of those things, they start repeating and they become a bit monotone. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, guess what I'm doing today? Another update user API endpoint or something like that. It's always the same shit. It's like you have this data here, we need to move it here, and while we're moving it, we need to process it. That's like 99% of development for websites. Like
Yeah.
transform this data and output it in this format.
Yeah, I mean that sounds about right. I mean, like the only reason I'm excited about doing this, I mean, it's not because the work itself is really exciting, but I'm excited about the end point of like having a website that has my game and has like payment processing and all that kind of stuff. Like that's what I'm really excited about. And I guess like diving into stuff like this, it's giving me more options for like the things I'm able to pull off in the future with that.
Oh yeah.
Even though like really all it is just load up some HTML and load the WASM thing and like call it a day. Like that's really all that's needed. And I could have stopped there like weeks ago. But I don't know.
Look,
It's
I
just
never-
I'm getting more of a bigger picture of everything else, and it's kind of
Yeah.
fun.
I would never say learning is for like it's useless. Like even if you don't use it, now you see different patterns, you figure out what static side generation is, what server side rendering is, what incremental server side rendering is. You learn a bunch of stuff even if you don't, let's say you say fuck Next.js.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. But those patterns, those architectures, they're used in a lot of different places. So learning new stuff, it's always a plus. I never look at it as like, oh, I wasted my time on this. Nah, bro.
100%.
It's always...
Yeah. It always comes together in weird ways in the future.
Mhm. Plus, imagine skipping the 30% cut from Steam. That's pretty dope, right?
Yeah. Yep. Actually, is it 30? Steam cut. Yeah, 30.
Oh, bro, it's minimum 30.
Yeah.
It's minimum 30. It's actually more because I've been watching a
Now-
bunch of videos. It's you get like 50% of the money.
Stripe
Like,
is what, 30
it-
cents plus 3% of total transaction?
yeah.
Right. So 6% of each game is going to Stripe.
Yeah. With Steam, it would be the 30. Then you also have refunds, because people can refund. Average
Yeah.
refund ratio is around 10%.
Yeah, yeah.
And they also do some other stuff, but at the end, most of the games also on Steam, they don't sell on full price, from what I've heard and learned. They sell whenever you have a 20% discount or more. So pretty much most of your sales on Steam will be when your game is discounted, and then Steam takes the 30% cut on top. So pretty much if you're selling a game for $6, you could expect like average
Yeah.
$3 per unit.
I actually really like the Factorio strat here, where they say like, we are never putting the game on sale. I really like that.
That's a good strat.
It's such a
That's a good
fucking alpha move. Just like, nah, why would we do a sale? It's like, yeah, you're teaching people that, yeah, all right, yeah, hold off on buying the game because maybe it'll go on sale one day. It's like, no, this is never going on sale. You buy it now, or you don't.
Yeah. The
Easy
whole
win.
the whole Steam thing is set up around sales because, for example, all your wish lists, they get notified only
Yeah,
if you
as soon as there's a
put your
dip,
game on
right?
sale. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to do 20% or more for them
Yeah.
to get notified.
And then I think it's like
So,
every
like, Steam-
time. Yeah, you just want to like keep like stepping down from like 20 to 30 to 40. And I think, I don't know if the wish list pop off every time it goes below 20% or every time you hit like a new record of the sales. Maybe it's below 20% each
from
time.
what I know all your wish lists get notified if your game goes on sale above 20%. So
Right.
you see a lot of devs do 22, 23%, 25. That's why they do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just never gonna
Get
do
notified.
sales.
Yeah. Look, you're also in a bit of a different position because you have your channel, you have a bit more direct traffic to your game,
Right,
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
you could afford that, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole reason I'm kind of doing this side and like not doing it through Steam. I mean, eventually I'll have a Steam game up, and I'll still do it from there because it makes sense to also be on Steam. But yeah, I mean I can kind of get away with doing this like my own platform thing here, just because
You can do
I make
both.
videos and get traffic, right? Like it'll
You could be like, hey, if a random person finds it on Steam and buys it on Steam, cool. I guess the Steam algorithm helped you. But on your video, you can say, hey, if you really want to support me or some stuff like that, just go to the website and buy it there. 'Cause I
exactly,
get more of it.
yeah. It's basically gonna be like a development fund thing, fun stuff.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool. And there is the Civilization 7 that is selling for 120 Australian dollars. That will be per month discount after like 3 months. Okay. By the way, you said you're in Chiang Mai.
Yes.
Why did you decide on Chiang Mai? Because I've been looking in a bunch of places. Was wondering.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
went there.
I just came here because I'm actually here with my dad, so we just kind of decided to come here. I've heard that it's more chill than other places like Bangkok, right? But
Yeah.
maybe that's what you want. Who knows? I mean, I actually haven't even been to Bangkok yet, and I've lived in Thailand for like 2 years, so. But
Wow. Okay.
Chiang Mai is really nice. Like it's just a perfect vibe. Like it's not a massive city. It's not like a really small town. It's
Yeah.
you get a lot out
I
here.
was looking at. Yeah, I was looking at various places for Thailand. I was looking like Pattaya, Bangkok, and all of the other ones. And Chiang Mai is like the one to the north, which is like alone from everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's not really good during smoky season, which is about to pull up in like a month or so.
Mhm.
So that's when it's time to kind of flee down south. But yeah, I mean, I've been here for ages. I fucking love it here. Like, it's such a good vibe.
Nice. Yeah, mate. I've I've been thinking about this for literally months, and that one Monday that I texted you, I was having like a huge meeting at work again, like a fucking 4-hour meeting or something like that. And I was just sitting there, I was like, bro, is this my fucking life? Like, imagine how much more fun I can have.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I literally that day I was like, fuck it, I'm doing it.
Nice, dude.
So yeah,
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm so keen to see you pull up. It's gonna be good vibes.
I will. I'll be there.
Yeah.
Just need a bit of
Awesome.
time to finalize my stuff here.
Yeah, for sure. A question: Contra in the Discord latency issues. I mean, Discord should be up. There. Alrighty, I'm going to get back to trying to figure out what to do. I think I'll bench the React query for now. And
Yeah, I think you can go really far without it.
I mean, I kind of want to pull it in just to see what it would look like.
The first time I put it in and I was experimenting, it took me a bit of time to figure it out. There are some concepts you need to learn, like keys, how you cache with unique keys, how you invalidate based on those keys, and stuff like that. There is a bit of a learning curve, not as much. It's relatively quick, I guess, but I wouldn't personally suggest it because you don't have the background of why you need it, because you haven't
Right.
really went up the problems that are like needing React query. So you will be using it without really knowing the purpose of it, right?
Yeah. Aside from that one small spamming the button thing.
Yeah, even that you can do with a bit of smart coding and thinking about it. You can fix that even with.
But I would imagine this is for like you're fetching data. There's like a bunch of people trying to see the same thing as well. Maybe. I mean, yeah.
Let's
I have
say
no idea what
imagine
it
you imagine in your app is big. It's like a dashboard app.
Yeah.
And you show the user information in a few different places, on the sidebar, in the account preview, right, in a few different places, but you don't want to be fetching that user data every time you want to show it, right? You want to fetch it once, cache it locally, and if your app needs to show the user data in a different place, then you just read directly from the cache, if the cache is still valid, right?
Yeah.
Because the cache has a time to live, and you decide this time to live yourself. You can put it at an hour, you can put it at 5 minutes. And that's the cool thing about it, is that it basically you do all your API requests through React Query, and React Query makes sure that you don't do them twice without needing, and also React Query will refetch when the cache expires.
Okay.
You say, hey, this is valid for 5 minutes. 5 minutes pass, React Query will automatically do the refetch and put the data back in there and update your UI.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
It is very helpful in that type of sense. But
awesome. Yeah.
it is helpful for big apps.
That makes sense. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. I wouldn't need it for anything.
But yeah.
I got to input the sample suspense in general. Okay, let me test it out. Let me peep.
Let's see how he solved it. I'm curious.
I can't see it anywhere. I'll be right back. right. That's the Arcane Discord, dude. Why, why, why is that link so old? Let me fix that. Is this the? Yep. Cool. I may as well also do.
So you're basically passing the function that loads the data as an argument to the client component, and then you're using it inside of the client component. Okay, that seems legit. Similar to what we did with the wrapping of the server component. The returned promise. What do you mean, the returned promise? So load count is a promise in itself, right? Yeah, okay, cool. That's an I guess also a nice way you can do.
Okay. This has been annoying me for a while. Just taking the time to update.
Wait,
the
does
Discord
that
links.
make... Does that make the... Oh shit, work is typing. You know what the funny thing is? I basically haven't slept tonight. Because you always start your stream at around like 4 o'clock at night, my time, and I'm like, oh shit, I need to watch him. So now it's like 8 in the morning and I will be joining stand-up in an hour.
Bro. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Alright, that's a better, like, kinda... Alright, we got two servers. We got the Randy Discord and the Terrafactor Discord. Cool. Alright, let me see what this is.
So in this example, you can see this count data is a promise already.
Mmm.
And in the type counter props, you can see it's a promise that will return a number when it resolves. So
Gotcha.
that's also an interesting way of doing it.
Okay.
And this load count, this is the actual promise. Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense.
Delay is just like a timeout thing. This is just how you do delay.
Just to simulate it, yeah. Okay. Cool.
Cool. Yeah, there are a bunch of ways to do stuff.
Sweet. I really like this pattern of wrapping stuff. In the in a server component, and then passing that down as props. That's really good. I love that pattern.
Yep, that's also nice what it did. So you could get rid of all of the commented out stuff, you don't need them anymore.
Heads up, I think that style
Yeah,
running
and
land
actually-
click expression on click unwanted renders happening. Maybe if we use the React compiler, it might be smart about it. Isn't there a new thing that just dropped?
I think he might have a valid argument actually. We also don't do functions inline. We define the function in the component itself, and we just inline call it.
Recompiler's new compiler currently in beta. Yeah, I don't know how
I'm not sure if we're using the React compiler. I'm not sure if Next.js is using the React compiler yet.
Right. I mean, maybe you could throw it in there. I just remember Theo seeing a video. I remember seeing a video from Theo where he was talking about this.
Yeah,
and
I
you don't
think
have
I watched
to
it as
really
well.
worry about. But this might be something different. This is with like use memo and callback and stuff.
Use memo is if you want to memorize a complex operation. Let's say you fetch something from the API and then you do a lot of data processing, and that's like very expensive in processing, etc. It takes a lot of time, and you only want to do this once. Therefore, you put it in a memo hook, and it's gonna remember it. It's not gonna process it every re-render.
Yeah.
Use memo is the old manual way of solving it, I think. Yeah, that's what I heard from Theo's video as well.
Yeah.
That basically use memo is gonna be useless with the React compiler.
Yeah.
Because the React compiler is gonna figure out what it needs to already memorize. There are still people that are arguing that React is a library, by the way. It's like, oh, it's just a library. Bro, now it has its own fucking compiler. Because there is a big argument in web dev is like, oh, is React a library or a framework, right?
Yeah.
Some people think it's a library, some people believe it's a framework. I think if something gets its own compiler, then it's probably even above framework.
So, I mean, look, it's literally here you just do experimental React compiler true with Next.js. So would this solve the issue that you were talking about here? What was it? Heads up, I think I started running a Lambda expression in onClick might result in unwanted re-renders happening. Would this solve that?
I don't think that's going to happen at the moment, to be perfectly honest. I've done a bunch. I've never had an issue with that personally.
Okay. Rack compiler, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I would just say use the React compile, and then I don't have to think about this. Easy one.
Yeah, it's still in experimental. I'm not sure if there's gonna be any side effects from that or whatever.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's not recommended for production. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just gonna write shit, and I'm gonna see what happens, and we're gonna call it a day. So, this was a nice little tangent. I think I'm gonna get back to figuring out Stripe. But we got the React button working with the KVs. Lovely. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Actually, I think I might have a quick little 30-minute lunch break, real quick, and then get back into it.
I will also be leaving you because I want to take a shower before my workday.
All right. Sounds good, man. Well,
Cool.
dude, thanks so much for all your help. It's been good having you in
Yeah,
here.
of course, bro. Maybe I will text you sometime next week or something if I can ask you some stuff about Thailand visas and
Yeah,
shit
man.
like that.
Whenever.
I don't
Oh
mind.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sounds good. Good luck
Enjoy.
with your work day. Have fun to stand up.
You too. Thanks, bro. It's gonna be one of the last stand-ups. That's
Right.
what's keeping me in there, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Peace out, man. Take care.
Peace.
All right. Yep. So I'm gonna have a quick little 20-minute lunchy munchies. And then I'll be back to it. Blue Sky uses it as well as Facebook and Instagram in production. Okay, so it's fine. Cool. Yeah, I'll be back in 20. I'll leave y'all with this. Or maybe some Skyrim. You can have some Skyrim. Here you go. Have fun. Yummy. Alright. No time for lunch breaks. We have React to grind. Bro, that was a record speed eat. 9 minutes. Insane. I found a really nice food delivery service thing that like actually sends good food with macros and everything. It's fucking goated. And it's really cheap as well. Like the exact kind of price I've been paying already for like more or less junk food delivery every day. Eating like a sloppy, dirty pig. Yeah. 183 a day. US dollars, wow. No. US. So $5.30 for 2 full meals with like, I don't really know how much calories it's in. I think it's like 600 calories a meal. At what is calories? Cal to cal. I don't get this. What is a kilocalorie? Usually you just say 500 cal, right? Or that's shorthand for kilocalorie. Interesting. We have some fat jewels in here, dude. But yeah. Macros, like 60 grams of protein per meal. Where it's at. I'm back, boys, yeah. Quick lunch break. And now, the web grind resumes. And I think we need some kind of cope. Alright. Hold up. Let's see. So, I wrote successfully my first React counter that is using a KV store with the help of my main man, Magic. And now we got /KV test. Look at this. Loading. Yeah, look at that. Look at that counter go up, dude. Huge. We can look over at the... God, wherever it is. Where's the fucking... Look at that, dude. It's right there. Test counter. It's in. But since I'm now a certified React dev, alright, I gotta start being able to cope with this new reality somehow. So it's 2 p.m. right now, by the way. But this is what React devs do, alright? Ugh. Tough job. Sitting there getting paid $300K a year to write some counters. It's a tough life. By the way, best beer. If you ever come to Thailand, you want the Shang, alright? None of that Leo, none of that Sing, nothing else. Shang only. By the way, that cost 100 baht from a supermarket, aka $2.94 US. for, I don't even know how much is in here. 620 milliliters. It's basically a fat beer. Oh yeah. That's where it's at. Beer o'clock, baby. Indeed. Indeed. All right. Who's ready? Who's ready for some more epic web grindage? I sure am. All right, this counter's gonna get fucking yeeted. In the meantime, I guess let me delete all this shit that I just added. We got the test page. Okay. Could I put this into the one page, I wonder? Probably not, right? Because this uses client. I just hate splitting things out of different pages. I just hate having my brain in like fucking 17 different spots. Is what it is, I guess. Client server. Alright. So that's looking pretty clean. I'm actually just gonna like commit this because this is a monumental occasion. Oh yeah. We have counters. And we've got the KV working. Dude, this is tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Let me commit this up. Let's see if it's working in production. It won't be. Because my keys have not been copied. Let me copy those real quick. Alright. They should be good to go now. Alright, let me commit this. What do we got? In the tutorial that Theo did, I saw him doing like a dash something? Dash P? To kind of like look over all the changes? Was it a dash P? To like individually kind of stage the hunks? I'm a bit of a hunk myself. Where was it? I think it was a dash P. Yeah, look at that. Stage this hunk. Okay. This seems pretty cool because now I can just do this and it's fine. So we're adding in the upstash thing, yeah. We added Redis and KV. Yes. So maybe I don't need the Redis upstash. What am I even using that for? I have no idea how that also just managed to work with the Vercel KB. It's kind of nuts. Redis. Oh, this is Upstash. Redis. Huh? Interesting. Oh. Okay. That makes sense. It extends Redis. I don't know how the types get in here. Vercel KV extends Redis, which extends this. Ah, and this is where all the stuff is, right? Maybe. Who knows? TLDR, it works. And I will call that a W. Upstash Redis. Yeah, this is Upstash Redis as well. Interesting. Or maybe that's just like a bad resolution of the type. It's like matching something that it shouldn't, but I don't know, it would make sense to me that Vercel is just kind of doing that. I have no idea. Extends Redis, which is Upstash Redis. Yeah. I guess so. Yeah, cool. Interesting. All right. What else we got? This is the node modules. I don't really care about that. This is another one, except it's in maybe dev or something. I don't know. Okay. All this was shit I forgot to commit earlier. So that's the existing changes, but it doesn't actually add stuff in. So, I don't know. I still think my go-to strat is just doing an add dot and then looking at the GitHub to scroll down through the changes to see if I actually want them all. This just seems easier to me, because we can just do that. Oh, that was in the package lock earlier. Okay. Yeah, like this is, to me, way easier to read. I don't know. Just to see what's happened. Upstash KV counter test. Bonk. So if I push that, I hope it'll deploy properly. We'll see. Lazy Git if you want to be Terminal Pro. I love this icon. Bro, what? That's nuts. That's pretty cool. It's a nice elevator pitch. I like it. I will not be using it though, because I have GitHub Desktop. And it works fine for me, so maybe one day. Who knows? I don't really feel like learning something new right now. I'm sure it's easy enough, but maybe one day. Okay. Back to writing this shit. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna close out of all this. Clean slate. Back it up. That was a nice React tangent, and I'm sure it'll help me at some point in the future, because I now know a bit of React. To be able to make a counter and work with state. Nice. So, what's the play now? I would say we just figure out the buy page, which is just an action right now for create checkout session. Okay. So, in order to figure this out, we've got the KV. We get the customer ID from the KV. Okay, that makes sense. Bro, that was some spicy food, man. It's fucking good. Do you mind zooming the text and cursor a bit? No. Like this? Alright. So what I want to do now... No, I'm just moving. I can zoom in for you, man. How about that? Is that good? Maybe even more? Wow. I feel like I'm not squinting anymore. It's crazy. Nice. Yeah, I forget that this is going into a video that has a screen. Bro, imagine trying to watch this on mobile. It would be over. Let me see if I can pull this up on mobile right now. Like, what does that look like? I'm notoriously bad at never having my screen size at a readable thing for mobile. Alright, I'm watching my own stream right now. It's readable. Especially if I rotate. Yeah. It's kind of doable. I like it. Pretty good. I was debugging your code via mobile, not pleasant, but it works. Bruh. Works for mobile now? Yeah, cool. Alright, awesome. Who here is actually watching on mobile right now? Have I been cucking the mobile boys this entire time? I was laying in bed last night reading Next.js docs. It was my bedtime reading material. I was just scrolling, dude. I don't know why, but there's something special about just reading the docs. for something that you're trying to use. I just find it really motivating. Cause I don't know, you just kind of learn like little nuggets of how to do things. It's kind of fun. I need to read this way more. All right. Let's do it. Get customer ID from KV. kv.get. So what I was doing earlier, and what I was copying from Theo because it looked nice, was for my KV thing over here, which apparently I don't have because I broke everything. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Something like this. Where we do like a Stripe customer ID KV, pass in the user, and then this is just a KV get and a KV put. Or a set, I think it's called in Redis. Yeah. Excuse me, boys. I just had lunch, so I'm going to be coughing a lot. I don't know why. It's something that happens with me. Why isn't this auto formatting? Oh, I don't even have prettier on this guy. That was an L. That explains it. So yeah, I mean, this seems like a nice enough pattern for having a KV. I don't really understand what like the Stripe user ID thing here is. Like what exactly the pattern that he has. But I guess we can just kind of ignore it. Because we need this unique enough to be able to actually use it and have it not conflict with shit. But I don't really know what the naming convention here is like. But basically, we have a Stripe customer ID KV. So we pass in a user ID, we get a Stripe customer out. So really I can call this .get with the user ID. Right? Oh yeah, some good beer. We have a DB full of tons of keys, knowing that it's a user and not a transaction or whatever can help follow traces around. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I get why we're padding it out to like add stuff in here. Makes sense. I don't know why, but I always just cough constantly. Like my throat's very like, I don't know the word for it. After I eat. Maybe it's because I eat too quick. Who knows? I fucking wolf that shit down, bro. Back to grinding. Oh, man. I'm just gonna be burping and coughing for the next, like, 2 hours. Strap in. So we don't have a customer ID, create one, and set it in the KB, right? So stripe.customers.create is what I'm thinking. Which I did over here. So I'm just gonna yoinky splunky, I think. Okay. Email. Const email is equal to using current user up here. So instead of await auth, I want to await current user, which gives us a promise to a user. So then we can go if not user dot ID. Redirect to sign in. That was imported from the auth. Interesting. Well, I think the auth actually just looks into the cookies, and then the await user actually does a request. So I'm gonna do this first. If not user ID. Man, it feels so weird programming at such a fat font size. If not user ID, redirect. Okay, and now we do a await current user. And I'll just say if not user, then same kind of deal. I mean, at this point it should be an error, actually, not really a redirect, but I'm not entirely sure what to do there. I did a warning. So I guess I'll just do that again. Alright, so then at this point, user dot email, primary email address dot email address, if not email, then I mean, this is like a fat error, really. So I'd be tempted to just throw an error here instead. Because, like, we should really never hit that. I don't know if that's best practice, though. We'll see. So at this point, we should have the email, like, guaranteed. What is this type at this point? Yeah, guaranteed string, right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, beer o'clock. I just saw it sitting in the fridge. I'm like, you know what? It's beer o'clock time. also came across a second tutorial from Theo 9 months ago, which I think will also be fun to watch.
As you could probably.
Error management with Sentry. This looks fun. Unity? Pog? Dude, this would actually be really, really useful to learn how to use this and set this up. That's going to be huge, because I could also do it in-game as well. Tremendous. That'd be so cool. Alright. Well, let's keep going. Customer create. So at this point, I'm going to yoinky sploinky. Email is email. Metadata. Let's throw on user ID. Okay. I might have to try catch this. What do you use for auth? Clerk.com. The goat. Where am I going? This guy.
That's just part of the whole formula, to be clear. So now we've handled customers, we've handled checkouts and sessions, but there's a couple edge cases that suck here.
New customer, await create. Yeah, he doesn't even assume anything here. He just kind of rips it, which I guess is fine. I mean, I don't even think this can be null. You can get a Stripe response that has a customer. But let's look at the Stripe response docs. I don't even know, dude. She'll be right. Fuck it, we ball. If this fucks up, who cares? Like, I don't even know how to check for null here. Customer ID or something? I don't know. New customer. .id. is the thing that we're after. So customer ID is equal to this. Which should not be a promise. Thank you. This should be a string, right? But the get gives us an unknown. So as string maybe for this. So let's set based on the key of the user ID. I'm also just gonna be like a bit weird here and say if user ID is not equal to user.id. Huh? Huh? What's happening, bro? Alright, so we're setting the customer ID, which is this guy, to the user ID. Created new user, new Stripe customer. All right. So now we're cooking. So now we got the customer ID, and we can use that in here. And yeah, hopefully this KV just kind of works. I'll have to test it, but she'll be right, mate. Yeah, and then at this point we'll generate the session. And I think that should be everything. Only one way to find out.
Specifically, when the user gets redirected back to your service, if Stripe hasn't finished sending the webhooks and letting you update your KV, they'll come back to your site, but your website is going to show them that they're still on the free tier because it hasn't processed the event yet from the backend. In worst case, they can go check out again. So we need to handle these two things. We need to ideally make it so that the website is updated as soon as the user is done checking out, and we need to make it so they can't check out twice because it is not easy to do that. First, we need to handle that redirect to make sure that they're off and the payment is handled when they come back. I recommend redirecting to a /success URL or something similar to this. Here is my success page. I'm using Next.js, so this is just a server component. You can do this via an API endpoint with redirects too. It doesn't really matter, but it does have to run on backend, so know that part. I grab the Stripe session ID from search params, but I actually don't use it. I log it so we have it for our own logs for debugging when weird things happen, which they always will. I recommend logging a bunch of stuff throughout this process if you can. But I have here my confirm Stripe session component. This component is under a suspense boundary because it takes a decent bit of time to run. The reason it takes to run is because in it I call trigger Stripe sync for user. This gets their user ID, there isn't one, I just early return. I then get their customer ID from the KV, there isn't one, I early return, and then I call update KV with latest Stripe data. This function is only implemented in two places. It is implemented as the webhook handler for whenever any webhook comes in via Stripe, and it is implemented as a thing that is called on this /success route so that I can make sure that when the user finally gets redirected back to my website, that the state of things in KV is actually up to date. And if it is, if we call this successfully and there isn't an error, I redirect you to /chat, which is the equivalent of our homepage effectively. And now we've updated the KV so the state when the user fetches it on the page should finally actually consistently be up to date. Whew. we still haven't handled double subs. We did a little bit with the checkout thing here, where if you are already authenticated and you already have a sub, as we check here, we throw an error. But what if I hit that checkout button twice? What if I check out and then go back when it's checking out and do it again? Yeah, we had this happen. I had all of this done. I was really happy. And then we had, I think, 5 customers who successfully checked out twice. They had 2 active subs. How? The reason is because Stripe doesn't care if a user subs twice. They somewhat recently, and when I say somewhat recently, I mean so recently that no LLMs know about it, added the ability to limit to 1 subscription. I did not... Oh,
So this...
is if we...
I mean, I'm still going to have to figure out how to do it with... Because you obviously don't want to buy the game twice, right? So I still have to figure out how to do it. Even though it's not a subscription with the one time. But I'm sure there's an option somewhere. Alright, so localhost time. Let's get going. Okay. Why did that get take 3 seconds? Something's going on in Funky Town. Anyway, so when I hit buy, we'll get redirected to sign in, which is great. Let me do that. Finally, we're getting back to the real meat of things today. All right. Well, that fucked up. Hello? Something to do with get URL. Eating shit. Bro, what? It's because I'm calling get URL on server, maybe. And it's like literally getting the path to the thing. But I'm signed in now. Look at that. Beautiful. This guy's a grifter, Randy Skip. You're a grifter, bro. Client-side stuff running on Node. Okay, yeah. How the fuck do I get the URL then? Per what? Alright, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to throw it in env and call it a day. That's what I'm going to do. Goodbye. Actually, I'm still going to have get URL with the path thing, but yeah, why not? So I'll do This is kind of annoying. I just wish I could not hard code this. I'm sure there's an easy way to get the, like, I just want the fucking the origin, like the domain name thing. Like it'll be localhost on localhost. And then obviously not on release. So what do I do? I think this was for the page router. How is this such a difficult problem? I don't have document location. I'm on the server. Let's see if any LLM. How do I get the origin / URL on the server in Next.js app router? Headers, get host, protocol, bash them together. Okay, I mean, using environment variables recommended for production. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. This, I think, seems like the best way, because I can patch it in later on, so. Oh, you would throw these in environments on production? Okay. Alright, so I shouldn't rely on headers for whatever reason. Alright, I guess I'll just use this. Sounds fine. She'll be right, mate. So if it's not equal to undefined, return this, because we don't actually care. Okay. That's fine. So then we go if process.env dot does netlify envars. It'll have a have one surely. Here we go, URL. Deploy URL. Maybe just URL. Fun stuff. Yeah, should be good. Okay. So that should be that. All right, let's see. Go to great checkout page. Please refresh and try again. Oh, I didn't scroll down far enough. Show the great checkout, push page, refresh again, blah blah blah. It's just a Stripe error. The return URL parameter can only be used with UI mode embedded. I used the wrong thing. Is it called like redirect? Success URL. There it is. All right, there we go. Awesome. So, I mean, I'm assuming it just made a customer for me. I didn't see anything in here though. Maybe because we were already in the KV. Creating checkout session with customer ID. For user. Okay. Right, I might have already been stored in the KV earlier. Actually, yeah, I would have been. Because reasons. Because I failed to do it earlier. It failed like down here. So I would have already made it. Okay. That makes sense. Bro. Why is the future always advancing? Awesome. And now we are on to the next part of the problem, which is handling the success redirect. Legit. Let's go, dude. Tremendous. How long you been sitting here? Yeah, it's been a while. Cancel URL scenario if you want to cover that. Yeah, I mean, I just have that redirecting to home. I think that's all you'd really need to do. Let's see. Back. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's all you need. All right, dude. Well, we are officially almost back to where we started with Astro a few days ago before going down this rabbit hole. Isn't that fun? Oh yeah. So I'm going to call that a great success. Push that up. Wherever I am right now, I have no idea. Stripe. Checkout. Working. Say Stripe checkout. All right, so if I look in the KV, is Astro another good use case for you for this? No, it was fine. I just felt like learning Next.js a bit more and diving into React. Specifically the React server components. So I thought they looked cool. Alright, if I look in the dashboard of the old Redis, then yeah, we can see we got this guy cached in here. User to customer. Sexy. And it's gonna live forever. Amazing. So yeah, this is cool. It's nice that we got this. Me likey. All right. So, next up, let's get the great success done and dusted. So, where am I going? App. I haven't even started this yet. No. That was ages ago, somewhere else, in another life. New folder. Great success page.tsx. Let's go. Okay. So this is the part where I look at Theo's video and see what he did. I had a paint thing open. That was a screenshot of like what he did up top earlier. Let me do that again here.
So that I can make sure.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yoinky splinky. Doinky wonky. I'm mapping out his code in paint.
That when the user finally gets redirected back to my website, that the state of things in KV is actually up to date. And if it is, if right, this get run. The reason I expect to run is because in it I call trigger stripe 3 because it hasn't processed the event yet from the backend, and your website is updated to do that. Back. I recommend redirecting to a /success URL or something similar to this. Here is my success page. I'm using.
Okay. Wait, just got the line numbers on here, so it's easier to piece this together. Oh no, it's off screen. Alright, I'm gonna use a real app. Maybe something like, I don't even know, Miro maybe? Yoink driven development, yeah. Excalibur, oh huge bro, huge. Completely forgot about that. That'll work wonders, bro. Yoink driven development. God, I fucking love that. Alright, how do we... Yeah, that's right. Dark mode that shit. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna yoink this shit. Hold up.
Next.js because this is really mapping search for random weird things. Here, it's a decent. This gets. The reason I expect to run is.
Alright. We're gonna piece these two together. Line 18. Yes. Yeah. We have the sauce, boys. We have the T3 chat sauce. Dude, this is tremendous. Let's fucking go. New chat. I have your source code. Are you scared? Come on, bro. Just roll with it. No fun. Alright, what the fuck is going on here? So we got a success page. And we got the classic suspense. One moment. Confirm Stripe session component, which is a server component that checks for auth, does all this shit. Stripe trigger sync for user. I need to figure out what that is as well. We have to map it out.
Because in it I call trigger stripe sync for user. This get.
Yoink. All right. That from here to here. Yes. Yes. All right. One moment. All right. Dude, we're flying right now. How's your right top background look so cool? I don't know. Just is, man. This is a nice gradient. I do agree. I'm actually so keen to do some fucking like style tailwind shit for this guy. It's gonna be huge. Right now it's shit, but it's gonna be great. I just love a good gradient, dude. All right, so trigger Stripe sync for user. Await auth, Stripe customer ID, and then we just call the update KB with latest subscription. Okay. Now, if this gets called and there's no actual thing in the KV, failed to sync with Stripe. So what the fuck is this? Can someone tell me what this try catch is? Is this like a custom util? Oh yeah, front end lib try catch. What does this do? It's just a try catch but in a function? I remember someone putting this in an issue up here. Where does try catch come from? And then someone replied, I'm using this for try catch. You can yoink that? Okay, okay. What I don't really understand at this point is how this is failing here. Because, like, I mean, all right, well, if this actually throws an error, I get that the try catch would catch. But if we just return here with, like, nothing, like, what would this fail still? Like, what would happen? I don't know. I don't know, man. Couldn't tell you. Depends on the implementation of itself. Yeah. it will succeed the try catch. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying here. But you wouldn't want this to succeed, right? Like, if this gets called on this and this, and like these two things fail, like you're fucked. You want to say something about it, right? Or is that just me being too paranoid? I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess it depends where else this gets called, but yeah. We'll see. Anyway, I'm not gonna look into it too much. Oh man, that was good.
We're gonna redirect them to.
This is the tutorial. My bad.
That's their user ID. There isn't one. I just early return. I then get their customer ID from the KV. There isn't one. Early return. And then I call update KV with latest Stripe data. This function is only implemented in two places. It is implemented as the webhook handler for whenever any webhook comes in via Stripe, and it is implemented as a thing that is called on the /success route, so that I can make sure that when the user finally gets redirected back to my website, that the state of things in KV is actually up to date. And if it is, if we call successfully and there isn't an error, I redirect you to /chat, which is the equivalent of our homepage effectively. And now we've updated the KV, so the state when the user fetches it on the page should finally actually consistently be up to date. Whew. Finally, KV make comes in only on early return. And then I call update KV with latest Stripe data. This function is only implemented in two places. It is implemented as the webhook handler for whenever any webhook comes in via Stripe, and it is implemented as a thing that is called on the /success route, so that I can make sure that when the user finally gets redirected back to my website, that the state of things in KV.
I get its wording there. It's implemented, as in it's used on these two spots. It makes it sound like he's just wrote two functions for it.
And if it is, if we call this successfully, and there isn't an error, I redirect you to /chat, which is the equivalent of our homepage effectively. And now we've updated the KV, so the state when the user fetches it on the page should finally actually consistently be up to date. Whew. We still haven't handled double subs. We did a little bit with the checkout thing here, where if you are already authenticated and you already have a sub, as we check here, we throw an error. But what if I hit that checkout button twice? What if I check out and then go back when it's checking out and do it again? Yeah, we had this happen. I had all of this done. I was really happy. No idea how they did it, and Stripe's trying to figure it out too. But turn this on. I don't know why they even have this. What the fuck, Stripe? Turn this off. Whew. I think I covered most of it here. Oh, I didn't even go into price IDs. Holy shit. If you already use Stripe, you know about this. But if you don't, if you want to be able to keep track of which subs people have and have actual information about it, you need to generate a price ID in Stripe that represents that item. This doesn't seem too bad initially, except for the fact that this has to exist in dev and in prod separately. This is absolutely something I should be able to hard code. I should be able to code either what the subscription is.
All right. Silently fails you. All right. Let's see. Yeah, let's just write this page. Sounds good, bro. Oh no, you were forced to watch Theo. Ew. Bro, why is Theo getting so much hate? He's the fucking goat, dude. What? Man's out here actually shipping real products.
I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy.
Okay. Go time, boys. Yoink driven development. Export default function. Default async function. Where does the async go, dude? I can never get these right. Function page. Alright. We're good, dude. We're good. Come on, bro. All right. Huge. All right, Adam, what's up, my man? The idea of running the game is some WASM stuff? Yes, sir. Right before function, always? Okay. Makes sense, because you're saying it's an async function. I like it. But yeah, welcome in, Adam and friends. I'm deep in the mines of learning Next.js right now. That's Clerk, not Next.js. Deep in the web. Just for shits and gigs. No real reason behind it, but yeah. Trying to get my game. Having a nice page. Pretend this is the game. Alrighty. So yeah, they got to finish up the payment success page for like the third time, because this is the third time trying to rewrite this exact same thing, but now we're doing it in Next.js with some server components. Go time. All right. So search params. I haven't seen this yet. I wonder what that is. I mean, it sounds pretty self-explanatory, but what is happening here? Hello? Absolutely no idea what is happening in here. This is the search params. This is the type, which is a promise to a Stripe session ID. And then you await the search params. Is this some kind of fancy pattern that he's done himself? Or is this a standard thing? Seen this a few times. Yeah. Client component hook. I mean, this isn't gonna be a client component though, will it? I don't know. He's got the force dynamic in here. Which I guess is doing the thing. Okay. Cool. Alright, so if I set this to be force dynamic, then I can kind of just use something like this. Okay. So that on the great success should just log this. Failed to compile. Only works on a client component. Well, that's an L. This is not a client component. I don't want it to be. I mean, I guess I could do it inside here, but that seems kind of weird. How would I do it on the server? Use the search params prop. Ah, so that's where this comes into play. Okay. Alright, I see. I see. Alright. So, this guy is search params with a type of search params. Promise to a whatever the fuck this is. Stripe session ID, string or undefined. I just called it session ID. So then we can just do search params, what is it? Const params await. Params.session ID. There we go. I think that'll be it. It just redirected me. Alright, that's localhost 4321. Uh-oh. None of that. Or What is happening right now? Oh, it's printing it. Okay. And we're doing nothing now. Cool. That works. Actually, is it printing it? No, I don't think it is. Oh, yeah, it is. Right there. Cool. Tremendous. Cool. Good Stripe session ID, no session ID. It can be whatever you want it to be. A function that starts with use is a so-called hook. Right? Awesome. All right, well that works. And we got the session ID, so now it's just a matter of doing something with it. What do we got? Confirm Stripe session component, and it's in a suspense because it takes some time. Okay. All right, I'm down to clown, dude. Let's do it. Looks like a nice div. I think I might yoink that. Mm-hmm. I like that. It'll be wrapped in layout, which we don't do any styling stuff, so that's fine. What do we got in here? Flex, min, h, min height screen, items center, justify center, text Excel. Okay, I can get behind that. So inside here, what do I want to do? Well, for now I'm just gonna do a component, which is Stripe, what do you call it? Confirm Stripe session component. Sure. I'm just gonna steal that name one-to-one. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm not just copying code here. Okay. So we got that. I'm guessing I just throw this here because it's gonna be a it's gonna be a server component, so we could just slap it there, right? Hello? Promise void is not assignable to type React node. Oh, because I didn't return anything. There we go. Okay, so inside here, I'm basically going to want to do all the Stripe confirming stuff. And I mean, okay, literally the entire reason I switched to Next.js and React right now was me typing out this function right here and trying to do it in Astra, but realizing that server components aren't a thing. I'm like, whoa, that looks really cool. Let me try and grab some of that. All right, so I'm gonna need auth. I'm just gonna dip down to the actions real quick and all yoinky sploinky. Scoop. Okay, so const. I would say, do we need the current user or just need auth? I think we just need user ID. I think. We'll see. If there's no user, we'll return no user. What else we got? Logging the user. I kind of don't really need to log this, but I will. And then at this point, what is it? Do you want to try catch on the trigger stripe sync for user? Which is this guy. Oh, yeah. Okay. Can get behind it. I can. Yeah, fragment. What are we working on today? A whole lot of nothing. No, a whole lot of everything, really. Alright, beer o'clock is done. Now it's programmer o'clock. Alright. Well, at this point, I guess we just write the next function of trigger stripe sync for user ID, which probably want it to be an action, right? But I think I could probably throw it up here. Yeah, this is under subscriptions actions, use server. So I'm just gonna be a good boy and throw it in an action. May as well throw it in an actions folder. Update subtier. Interesting. Or this isn't even passing the user. Just getting it from auth. Which is even better. Trigger stripe sync. Okay. I got the hiccups. Oh man. It's Jova, dude. It's Jova. If you're going to use the functions, the component outside words to find you do need to export it. Right. So I don't need to export this guy. Look at that. Such a helpful import. How cool. All right. So just returns. No error log or anything. Might just be getting tired of writing the same code. Who knows? Customer ID is equal to await Stripe customer ID KV. So this needs to go in like somewhere. He's put it in Stripe is cancer store. Checks out. I'm just gonna put it in server store maybe. Store.ts. And then I can move this guy into there. And then import that as needed. Will that work? It's not exported, of course. Yeah, it is. Wait, no, it's not. Okay. Now we're cooking. That's why it probably didn't detect. Come on, you can do it, buddy. Yeah. Tremendous. All right. So await this dot get with user ID. If not customer ID, return. I can maybe log some errors as well. I don't know. I'd be curious to see like what his reasoning is for not logging this as an error. I'm really curious. Like, why just an empty return? Is this just like a mistake, or is there an actual reason behind it? I guess we'll never know. I guess we will never know. Okay, so now it's just return await update KV with latest Stripe data. The big dog function. Where will we put that, I wonder? He's got it in the Stripe sync. Stripe is cancer. Can I put these in the one function? Probably not, because this is called use server. So these are actions. Whereas this guy, I don't know. Probably a little different. Anyway, let's scrub through here to try and find
or
it.
the ID itself. It's not information I care to keep private. Hopefully now, if you're still using Stripe, you know everything you need to not want to die. Check out customer ID to the actual state of the account. There's
Alright, this is store.ts. Interesting.
one more important piece here that I want to make sure is not missed. Here's our actual create checkout session code. This is the code that gets called. This is things like if this user is paid. So if the sub status.
Get sub tier action. Interesting.
Active, I return for pro, otherwise you default to free tier. This is how much simpler my off code for checking paid status is as a result of dealing with these helpers.
So he's cached payment or like active sub in a different KV, I think.
As I mentioned before, you need to have the customer ID handled too. So I have this Stripe customer ID KV. This has a as a result here. But this function here, the customer ID should be linked to the user ID. I'll show you how I do that in a minute. But this function here,
Stripe customer ID KV get, and Stripe cache KV get. So the Stripe cache is getting whether or not they've paid. Right, I'm just gonna copy this so we can piece together stuff a bit more later on. It's actually so handy having this. I love this.
will get the customer ID from a separate KV using the user ID. Now I have the customer ID. I return null if there isn't one. But then if there is, I get the and super slow. Because of that, this function can take 3 to 4 seconds.
All right, this is the one we want. Stripe sync. All right. Hit me with it. Got up to line 20 so far. God, where am I? I'm gonna pin this.
To run, but it only matters slow. Because of that, this function can take 3.
That was a nice scroll. That'll give us all the source. We're jacked in, boys.
API is super rate limited. Something I own that is.
We're jacked in. All right, this goes up to line 28.
It's fast because Stripe's API is super rate limited and super slow. Because of that, this.
All right. Up to line 11.
This function can take 3 to 4 seconds to run.
And that's everything, I think. Yeah. All right. We've pieced them together. I have the source. Tremendous. We're jacked in. Oh man, this is fun. That's where it's at. Free customers? Nah, fuck the free customers, bro. Nothing hurts adding error logging there. Yeah. I mean, I'm just curious why he didn't add the error logging there.
but it only matters when a new event comes in and it's updating the state in our KV. So you're only
But now we got the Stripe
ever
sync
out of
function,
sync for up to
right?
like 4 seconds, which is not a big deal to have the update for your state, for your like payments in your service 4 seconds later than Stripe does. In fact, I would go as far as to say it's probably going to be faster if you set it up this way than if you do all the partial update bullshit that they recommend. So this is how I actually get the data to my database. So how do I use it? How do I make sure that I'm actually like my Stripe state? I don't wait for an event from Stripe. I call this function where I grab the subscription with a given customer ID, get all of the data, return nothing if there isn't anything, and set it in KV as well. But if there is data, I create the thing I want to store in my database, and I throw it in my KV that is dedicated to just dealing with Stripe's bullshit. Yeah. This one function has made my life of dealing with Stripe at least 5 times easier. It is far from everything you need, but having a dumb key value store, I'm just using Upstash here, could be literally anything, Redis, Cloudflare, KV, whatever you want to use. Just something that you give it a key, which is the customer ID, the value, which is the subscription status, and now I have everything I need in my KV to access when I want to check if a user has paid or not. Because that is the goal here, is to have a thing that I can
Update with the latest Stripe data. All right. Well, this is the, I think, final piece of the puzzle. Calling this guy. And what we're doing is we're fetching just some payment stuff from Stripe. In this case, it's a subscription list, but we'll try and figure out what the actual API call is for not subscriptions. Return status none. Okay. So that's where that status thing that I saw earlier comes in. I didn't capture that, but it'll be around there somewhere.
check in my APIs, in my routes, and wherever I need to know data to my database. Too. So then I check if you already have a sub. If you do, then I throw. Because you're going to be able to hit the component. You can do this via an API endpoint with redirects too. Doesn't really matter, but it does have to run on backend. So know that. And now I have Stripe sync for user. This gets their user ID. There's one. I just earlier.
Already got this. That's this one. Nope. This one. Trigger Stripe sync for user. Yeah.
Return. I then get their customer ID from the KV. There isn't one. I early return. And then I call update KV with latest Stripe data. This function is only implemented in 2 places. It is implemented as the webhook handler for whenever any webhook comes in via Stripe, and it is implemented as a thing that is called on this /success route, so that I can make sure that when the user finally gets redirected back to my website, that the state of things in KV is actually up to date. And if it is, if we call this successfully and there isn't an error, I redirect you to /chat, which is the equivalent of our homepage effectively. And now we've updated the KV twice. What if I check out and then go back when it's checked?
It's the create checkout session. I've already kind
do it
of
again.
done this. So.
Yeah, we had this happen. I had all of this done. I was really happy. And then we had, I think, 5 customers who successfully checked out twice. They had 2 updated Stripe. Like, let's say I delete this price ID or I change the sub tiers. I have to go redeploy my service with the new environment variables for it to catch up. What? But if you're
I don't know where I saw what I just saw.
handled checkouts and sessions, but there's a couple edge cases that suck here. Params, but I actually don't use it. I log it so we update it as soon as the user is done checking out, and we need to make it so they can't check out twice because it is not easy to do that. It is implemented as the webhook handler for whenever any webhook. This component is under a suspense boundary because it takes the and now we've up. What if I hit that checkout button twice? What if to 1 subscription? I did not know this was a thing. I am very thankful that it is a thing, but there's a hidden field deep in settings. It's settings, checkout and payment links, subscriptions, multiple subscriptions. They have this one, but if you don't, if you want to be able to keep track of which subs people have and have actual information about it, you need to generate a price ID in Stripe that represents that item. This doesn't seem too bad initially, except for the fact that this has to exist in dev and in prod. I have my generate key function, is what I use for the getter and setter.
Can't remember what it was.
There isn't one, but then if there is,
Oh, here it is. I think. Yeah. Get Stripe sub by user ID. Okay.
for your like payments in your service 4 seconds later than Stripe does. In fact, I would go as far as to say it's probably going to be faster if you set it up this way than if you do all the partial update bullshit that they recommend. So this is how I actually get the data to my database. So how do I use it? How do I make sure that I'm actually like checking if the user's paid? Let me find any of those functions quick. Here's my
get sub tier. All right, that's one. Yoink. It would actually be kind of cool if you mapped out, if you had a code editor that was more spatial, because it's sometimes kind of hard to see relations between files. But if they were all spatial like this, and you could like kind of just see links like that, it would be a lot more apparent. I think it would be like working in the one file. And I love working in the one file. God, I fucking hate multiple files, dude. Piece of shit.
Sub-tier function. This is a server action, so I can just call it via client, but imagine you can use this in a getter, a post, endpoint, whatever you want to use it in. I get auth from my auth provider. If there's no user, then they're free tier. I then get the sub from my KV using their user ID. The customer ID should be linked to the user ID. I'll show you how to do that in a minute. But this function here will get the customer ID from a separate KV using the user ID. Now I have the customer ID. I return null if there isn't one. But then if there is, I get their data from my KV with the actual Stripe data that I can then use to check things like if this user is paid. So if the sub status is active, I return pro. Otherwise, that I can then use to check things like if this data from my KV with the null if there is from a, I'll show you how to do that in a minute. But this function here.
All right. We have another one, boys. This is in store.ts as well. Interesting. Interesting. Because I guess this is kind of like the ultimate thing that you want to get out of all these cached stuff. Which makes sense. I fuck with it. This is the same. Uh-oh. Alright. That makes sense. Checks out.
Will get the customer ID from a separate KV using the user ID. Now I have the customer ID. I return null if there isn't one. But then if there is, I get their data from my KV with the actual Stripe data that I can then use to check things like if this user is paid. So if the sub status is active, I return pro.
Cool.
Well, otherwise, you default to free tier. This is how much simpler my auth code for checking paid status from a separate KV using the user ID. Now I have the customer ID. I return.
I'm actually going to copy this and the timestamp and put it in just in case I need to come back to it. Can I disable the actual link? God fucking damn it. Come on, Scaladro. You can do it. I believe. It's not even a link, bro. What? Come on, man. There we go. All right, we're cooking. Tremendous. All right, how we doing, fellas? So we did Da Vinci Code. Yup. All right. Well, I think I've got all the pieces I need for now. The endpoint, though, of everything is this function here. We're going to effectively try and recreate this just for like get is paid or like has bought game, right? And that'll be the top level, just hiding all of this fucking bullshit. I haven't even pulled in the webhook yet. God. Alright, while I'm in the mode of like trying to get everything, I'm gonna go pull in the webhook.
Suddenly didn't. So once you've processed the signature from the Stripe request, we have
God.
the webhook from their SDK. This is just imported from Stripe.
Alright. So at the top. Let's run it. Go time, boys. The yoinky sploinky. Alright, this is the Big Daddy webhook. Dude, I hate how... Why... I'm doing a single undo. How is that a single action, bro? Scaladra, come on. Come on, bro. Fix your shit. Please. Like, what? How is that a single action? What? God, come on. Come on, man. Do better.
This lets us check that the hook actually
Okay. Where are we right now?
came from Stripe and just sign it, make sure we're good. And then I call wait.
I have no idea. I have no idea where I am. But I'm gonna take the 69. 69 to 51. Now, he does actually have source code. But he's stripped out all of the production stuff and just kind of pseudocoded it a little bit, which pisses me off. I get why he's done it for the tutorial, to make it clean. Just assume that everyone knows what they're doing, but I don't know what I'm doing. So I want to catch the entire production state of what he's got right now, so I don't miss anything. All right.
Wait until here because this is Next.js. I don't because they can come up for data. So you have to rely on webhooks. But the webhooks aren't a good thing to rely on either because they can come out of order. They can give you partial updates. They can just be wrong sometimes. It's not reliable. So my solution is fundamental database. I use the Stripe webhook. Here is the actual code we have something. And I can show you my doc, but I'm just going to show you the code instead. Here is the actual code we have for processing webhooks from Stripe.
All right. That was the bottom. Interesting. Alright. We have the bottom now. We've pieced together the 69 down. Why is this so fun? Look at that. Perfect. It's like a jigsaw puzzle, dude.
Right.
Fuck
I have
yeah.
my function.
Alright. He just scrolled through a lot of stuff. Where are we at? What do I need? I need 51 up. 51 up. Right? Next response, yeah.
For digesting it, making sure it's an actual event. I might do event processing. If there's no signature, we throw. This only happens if a used event. I have my what do we have for processing. I'll show you my doc, but I have my
Alright, that's another one. $51 to 35. We're in, boys.
my function for digesting it.
Alright, I need 35 up.
So press and just build this event world. We haven't even gotten to the payment ID put here. Then
there it is. There it is, the final piece of the puzzle. with this, I will be at full power. Yes. Yes. I am at full power. I've done it. Nothing will stop me now. Oh my god. Let's go, dude. Alright, what am I even like trying to do right now? Update KB with latest Stripe data. That's what I'm trying to do. You are right here. Yes. Yeah. Stripe sync.ts, hey? That's an action. I mean, I guess I'll just kind of... I don't even really know what to do here. I've called this guy create Stripe checkout session. I would like to do the thing that Theo's got, where if you scroll down, you can still see the header of whatever this is. Does anyone know what that function or what that thing is in VS Code? Maybe it's a plugin, maybe it's a setting. I don't know. I guess you can kind of look up the top here and see it as well, but you don't really get the whole definition. Anyway, so this was the create checkout session action. I mean, I think I'm just gonna rename this to like create checkout session. Put that in actions. The next thing I want to do here on the server is create this guy, I think. The Stripe sync. I'm just going to call it Stripe update kv.ts. And yeah, time to copy this bad boy in. Let's do it. What was this guy called? What do I need? This guy. With the latest Stripe data. So I'm pretty sure we pass in, yeah, the customer ID. Okay. So from here, it's so go time, dude. I'm ready. I'm so ready. Awesome. So this is not an action. This is something you call from a backend point. So we're assuming we already got the customer ID. We've already validated that it's the user and everything. So we just got to try grab what we need to grab. And like that's kind of it. Okay, I'm down. I'm down a clown. So console.error, hey? Error updating Stripe data. E. And then we just throw it back up. Dude, I fucking hate try catch. I hate this whole error throwing business. Like, what the fuck, dude? I think that's what having the context solves in Odin. Like, especially if like using libraries and stuff, you just have this universal thing of you have your own logger and you have your own errors and like, oh, sorry, you have your own logger and you have your own asserts and like, that's all you need, right? Then you just override them for like all the libraries and shit that uses them. Because the libraries, they have their own loggers and their own asserts, right? But the problem is like, you're trying to get errors from a library that you call. And I mean, I guess the only real way to do that that's nice is standardizing that and having the context with logs and asserts and stuff, right? It seems like a way better solution than this try-catch bullshit. Because it just makes code way more readable. It makes it easier to reason about what's actually happening. And you don't have to introduce this try-catch concept, which is very bad and cringe. But hey, it's the standard now, so is what it is. Hindsight 2020, right? All right. So this is grabbing the subscriptions lists for a customer. Now, time to go off on our own and look at the Stripe docs or the API reference for just getting something, dude. Just, we want purchases. So what is this? Stripe.subscriptions.list. Stripe dot. Can I do that? No. Oh, this gets imported from backend Stripe. So that makes me think that it gets initialized once and then reused. That's what I'm thinking here. What are we thinking, boys? Stripe.ts, and then for all the Stripe stuff, I'm creating this here. So instead of having to recreate this each time, we just kind of have it in the one spot and then reuse it. That's kind of what I'm thinking is to play. So then we just import Stripe from server Stripe. Mark this as export. Would that be a legit move? So then inside this guy, we just import Stripe from server Stripe. And then we can call that. Okay, Stripe dot. We don't have purchases. We have subscriptions, but that's not really what I'm after. Charges. Alright, this is where we're gonna have to do a bit of experimentation. To figure out what the fuck I even need. God. I have no idea. I'm just gonna have to fucking look through it and see what I need. Products, maybe? Maybe? Thinking right, very legit. Alright, sick. Yeah, we're gonna have to go dumpster diving, dude. Setting is called sticky scroll? Okay, let me look into that. Thanks. Sticky scroll. Let's see. That was in terminal. Edit a sticky scroll. Ooh, look at that, dude. I like that. That's nice. Yeah, that's really nice. Thanks, guys. Products? Nah. I mean, it's probably in subscriptions. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, alright, I tell you what. I can go dumpster diving through Stripe. Like through the Stripe docs. Or the dashboard. And see what it is. I don't feel like logging in, so I'm just going to go back to Edge real quick. Bro, what a browser name, Edge. It really knows what its users are trying to do. Alright, I'm plugged in. Plugged into the bold dashboard, boys. Alright? We're going to see hella cash rolling in through this. It's going to be tremendous. 1 million in net volume from sales. Let's go into test mode. And let me check some transactions and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Wow. Dude, we're rolling in it right now, dude. 163 in net volume right now, bro. Are you kidding me? Ignore the test data up the top here, right? This is legit. All right. $10 US. Events and logs. Charge.updated. Object charge. Maybe charge is what we're after. Payment intent. Payment status succeeded. Checkout session completed. Charge.updated. That's the final thing. Saying that like the payment intent succeeded. So I'm thinking it's charge. Dot charges. Yeah, I mean that would make sense to me. We can see here in the old Stripe data that this was the last one that was sent, a charge dot updated. So we start the checkout session, create a payment, payment intent status requires payment method, and then payment intent succeeds. And then ultimately the thing that gets kind of stored that we look at, I think, is charge.updated. Interesting. Stripe docs charges. A single attempt to move money into your Stripe account. Payment intent confirmation is the most common way to create charges, but transferring money to a different Stripe account through connected also creates charges. Okay. So what do I fucking use, dude? Just tell me. Payment intent, maybe? can reference a payment attempt later to see the history of payment attempts for a particular session. Multiple SaaSes throughout its lifetime interfaces with Stripe.js to perform authentication flows and ultimately creates at most one successful charge. Okay. So I would say we look at the charges then. Kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know though, because maybe the charge comes in. Like maybe it takes a while for the charge to actually like go through, right? So maybe payment intent is what you like kind of want. Let's ask ChatGPT. Let's see. In Stripe, in the Stripe API, I'm trying to see if a user has paid for my thing. One time. How do I verify this? Payment intents list. Using checkout sessions. Session.payment status equal paid. Webhook payment intent succeeded. So that's the recommended way to look at the payment intent. That's what it's saying in the in here. So we probably want to just look at payment intents then, right? Oops. For what? Payment intents. Dot list. Yeah, well that's what it said to do up here, so awesome. Alright. I'll trust it. I will trust it. If you get feedback on games, I'm making game and love some feedback. You want to know the best way to get feedback? Figure out how to get playtests. Go through the Steam game. All right, this is some feedback for you, right? This is the best feedback you'll ever get because it gives you an unlimited amount of feedback. All right. Your game. Go to the one that's the most similar on Steam. I'm assuming you're shipping to Steam. Right? Go to the reviews. Mobile game. It'll still kind of work maybe if you do Steam. But go to the reviews and then just add people as friends and say, hey, I'm making a game that's similar to this game. Would you want to try it out and help me test it and give me some feedback? And now you got unlimited playtesters. You just got to be willing to like send 50 messages and have only like 5 people reply and actually do it. Or just pay people to playtest. There's plenty of playtesting like products that you can buy that'll just give you users to play. Still wait for the webhook response? Yeah, we're still gonna do that. It's just I want to like straight away check on the succeed endpoint. So yeah, I'm just gonna swap in the payment intents for this bad boy. So he's listing out the subscriptions. What I'm gonna do is list out the payment intents. Let's go. Payment intent list params. I wish there was an easy way to see like what actually is in here. Oh, control space, that works. So customer ID. What else we got? Limit. Ooh. This is where the plan falls apart. I'd have to loop through all of these. Like loop through all the payment intents. Because it's not a subscription that you can just assume is only a one thing. So maybe we want payment succeed. I don't know. This is something I would have to like actually test to see what happens. Because really there should only be one payment success, right? A payment intent could fail. Transitions through multiple SASs throughout the lifetime as it interfaces with Stripe.js to perform one thing individually ultimately creates at most one successful charge. So it's probably better to look at the charge. Would it be better to look directly at the charge? Yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna trust what your boy Clyde is slamming down into my throat right now. Charges the list. Yeah. I think it'll do. Yeah, charges are where it's at. Charges are like the one-time equivalent of the subscriptions. Okay. We could still have multiple charges, which is kind of funny to me. Like one could fail ultimately, and then you could retry on a different card probably. So yeah, I think I still want to kind of just limit this to whatever, so we can just get a bunch of them. And we'll just loop through the charges. This is kind of funny. I'm like sitting here programming for like literal payments right now. Like this is the most sus shit ever. If I fuck this up, it'll be rough. I mean, it won't really be rough. I'm not directly trying to like charge things, but it's just kind of interesting to me. All right. Dude, this is the first time I had to write a for loop in JavaScript. How do you do one? What about charge in charges? Is that a thing? How do you do a for loop in JavaScript, dude? how do I for loop over charges in JavaScript? Const charge of charges. Okay. Well, there's a dot for each, and then you map it to a function. I kind of like this. It's a bit more familiar to me. Const charge of charges dot data. Oh, cheeky. Okay, so inside here we can do one of those. Can I do like an it indexed kind of thing? Could also do the classic. I wonder if in here is there a shorthand for getting the index? There are so many different ways to write. Shit, this is kind of annoying. Bro, I'm gonna do the classic, alright? Fuck it, we bowl. Bro, how is this undefined? It can't be. I guess it's because it's in an array. It doesn't really know that the length will cap it out, so I guess we do really want to go with this, but I still don't know how I'd get the index here. So maybe this is better to do. Maybe that's the best. Who knows? For each? Interesting. Gangster. Hello, Dev Dad. How you doing, bro? Lots of things are good right now. For each, yeah, I mean that probably seems better then. Holy shit. Array dot for each. Charges dot for each. Charges dot data dot for each. Element. Index. Yay or nay? That doesn't seem legit. Wrap in parens. Oh, like that. Alright, we're in, boys. We're jacked in. Look at that. That's a clean loop right there, dude. Clean. I'm gonna ignore that this is actually making a function to call, but that's alright. It's probably good at optimizing. Alright. So Yeah, I mean, at this point, it'll loop over the charge ID, the amount, the status. And we should be able to find a successful payment here. I wonder if we can change it to functions for a map, etc. Pretty slow. Oh well. We're in JavaScript land. We're not measuring in the microseconds or the nanoseconds or the cycles. We're measuring in the milliseconds. There isn't any unit less than millisecond. Alright? It's baked into the timer. Get time doesn't even return anything beyond millisecond precision. So why would we need to care about that? Come on, man. Performance? What's that? You mean like my job performance? My code reviews? I'm doing pretty well with that. Where am I going? I don't know. I need to call this function somehow. It's getting called somewhere, maybe? Alright, I kind of want to check in Stripe if I can make it so that a product can't be bought more than once. Or if that is just a skill issue that we're gonna have to account for. Can I change this so you can only buy it once? I wonder. Let us see. I'm not seeing it in the edit anywhere. Maybe when I go to create a new product. So we just like add a new one. More options. Alright, there's more options here, which is good. One off. More pricing options. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. That's kind of an L. Now, if it was a subscription, then maybe. No, I'm not seeing anything either. So maybe it's a different setting somewhere. Oh, you could copy to live. That's helpful. Theo was talking about it at the end here. So
I don't want to delay the... What? How is that the... I'm going to explode.
I mean, it's in the subscriptions
I don't know.
setting.
Stripe, please take this seriously. Like, I did not know this was a thing. I am very thankful that it is.
It's only for subscriptions, I think. Limit customers to 1 purchase Stripe. I mean, Stripe's like, well you don't want more money? Yeah, it's just for subscriptions. Well, I think we could just kind of take that out. And call it there. Yummy, yummy, yummy. We use Stripe production. We use a event system to talk to our webhook when a payment is processed. When payment intents is unreliable. You still get payment intents in the webhook, right? Maybe you're talking about the success redirect. Just don't show the purchase button. They'd have to go out of the way to purchase twice from a different account. Yeah. I mean, it's not that big of an issue to solve for. I mean, it'll probably happen, and I'll probably have to do some support and manual refund for it, but that's all right. I'm down to clown. All right, so at this point. This is getting called through the success endpoint, I think. Yes, create checkout session and then gets redirected to success. So that's this guy here. And then we trigger Stripe sync for user. Okay. Then what? This was wrapped in a little something. In a try catch. And it redirects to home once done. Okay. I'm down. So from what I see from this function, it basically just does like a like something like that, and then we go, if the error exists, then we do something. Let's copy paste this from the thing that I found in here. Attempts to execute a promise and returns an object with result or error. So, yeah, we either just return straight up data or we return the error. And that, I guess, makes sense. So I'm going to yoink that. Does not exist. Because we gotta wait, because it's a promise. Alright. And if error, we log the error. Try catch for Stripe sync failed. And then return. Failed to sync with Stripe. Error.message. That's getting a return to the user. Which, I mean, I guess. Okay. I can get behind it. And then we redirect. Alright. That'll do. The last thing is the suspense with the fallback. So let me do that real quick. What does he say? 1 moment. Wait, cunt. 1 sec. Alright, that should be it. So on the success, this should trigger the Stripe sync for user. Which is a server action. Which we should be just find the call from here, because this is a server component, right? So I'm guessing server actions are just kind of chill to call from server components. That's what I'm picking up. We'll see. And then this guy, update KB with latest Stripe data. I'm gonna do some error logging here as well. Man, it would be really nice if these logged. Like if I could override this log. I probably can somehow. Just so I can like print the call stack as well, because I have no idea where this is. I mean, I guess I could just throw. Maybe. What do you boys reckon? Probably just throw and return, right? Is that legit? I mean, down here, if this fails, like, it'll probably throw and just be uncalled. I don't know. Maybe it gets called all the way back up here. That's what the whole try catch is for. I'm not sure. This shit fucking confuses the shit out of me, dude. Like, it's so hard to reason about. I fucking hate it. I can't wait to get back to native programming. I'm so excited to get back to game dev, dude. Oh man. Okay, so update KV with latest data. All right. Bro, why are we returning this? What does this even do? Should this return something? Right, it should return the sub data, the Stripe cache, because we just set it. Okay, I fuck with that. Yo. Return null, you motherfucker. Alright, Stripe cache stuff. But what I want to see is just like, what are the payment intents actually, or like what do the charges look like? And are we going to be able to live, laugh, love with this? Find out next time. Alright, I want to get this done before I dip, because yeah, I don't want to be doing this tomorrow. I mean, it's looking like it'll continue into tomorrow, honestly. But I guess it ain't easy making a fucking platform that handles payments, because yeah, lots of moving parts. But you would expect, because there's literally money being wired from account to account. So I get why it's complicated, alright? I just wish it were a bit easier. Suggests that Theo returns because he has a flow for free users. I mean, I guess. I don't really know. Like, how would they even be here if they weren't trying to like buy something? I mean, maybe this is being called by Theo elsewhere. Like once you just boot up the page. Could be. It would certainly make sense, I think. So, you know, kind of relying on things like the webhooks, but I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Having worked in a large fintech, Visa and MasterCard suck. I can imagine. It sounds like an absolute nightmare. And I'm surprised anything even works to begin with. And I'm happy that I'm not spending months of my life on this problem. It's only just a handful of days. Yeah. Lots of things to do. Lots of things that could be done. Someone was saying earlier, I don't need to return if I'm doing the throw. I can't even remember what that was. Here. Unreachable code detected. Okay. So the moment we throw an error, it kind of just dips. That's cool. dips out. It's like, yo, peace. Throw. Unless, of course, you try catch it. Fucking. You try catch this throw, dude. Fucking hell. Alright. Well, if all goes to plan, we should see charges pop up. And we'll see what happens, I guess. Like it should be just getting called once on the success endpoint. Eventually we'll call this from the webhooks as well. And we'll see. I'm probably going to simplify this by just doing the webhooks. I don't know. But I've been told that maybe the webhooks might take some time to come through. So you kind of want to just like try and call the success straight away on the redirect instead of waiting for the webhook. Who knows? It kind of makes sense to me. I guess you could sit on the success page and just like wait for the webhook. But yeah, I don't know. Alright, I am processing the payment. Through we go. We're back. It feels like it didn't even... just redirected me to home. Oh, because I'm not even... Wait. Alright, it's called Stripe Session ID. Goodbye. Alright, let's try that again. Still redirected me. Or because I didn't get rid of this session ID. 1 sec. And then we redirect. Okay, cool. Sweet. So we're dumping out the charges. Succeeded, $10. Succeeded, another $10. Because we're paying many times right now, which is fine. But yeah, I mean, the charges are going through. It seems legit, I guess. I'd be curious to see what happens if... Like, what happens if we hit this and just no charges come back? Like, what do we even do, dude? Customer has no subscriptions, could be cancelled or never subscribed. Right, just return nothing. Okay. And that just gets put in the Stripe cache. Yeah, I mean, I would be kind of confused at this point if there's no charge here, but I mean, I can't plan for every eventuality. I think the play is I just do my best at programming what this is, and then ship, and then see if shit breaks, and then fix it, right? What else can a man really do? Embrace caveman. Return to monkey. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Has purchased. False. I'm sure by default it'll be false. That's alright. Charge.status is equal. Also, I don't understand why there's 3 equals in here. Can someone explain like what the fuck is happening here? Like what do, man? Like why is this a triple equals? Just JavaScript things, I guess. Alright, what am I after here? If it's equal to, what is this? A string charge.status failed? Oh, look at that. We got autocomplete. So if it's equal to succeeded, then we're ready to rock and roll, I guess. I would probably want to match the product ID as well. That's probably not a bad idea. To do match the product ID. So I can use this for other products in future, maybe, and not kill myself. As purchased. True. Would you look at that? And that's really all I'm after here. Just a single kind of boolean, I guess. Gangsta. Three equals means exactly, as opposed to 2 equals meaning like maybe kinda exactly. I don't know, man. That could happen if someone hits up great success. Session ID fake called? Nah. It would L, bro. It would L so hard. You'd get fucked in the ass by auth. The session ID gets looked up in Stripe. All this stuff. All this stuff, man. You ain't touching it, alright? There'll be 0 chinks in this absolute armor. Absolute fucking unit of a JavaScript application, alright? 0 chinks. Alright, so I'm gonna, this seems like an AI slop thing for me. Why is a thing and not da. Hit me with it, dude. Strict equality, while equals is a loose equality. Performs type coercion, automatic type conversion before comparison. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so this is kind of equal to this because it just gets converted to a string. But this, you're also checking the type. That makes sense. I fuck with that. It's kind of sus that they didn't invert this. False is converted to number 0. I mean, it kind of makes sense in some situations. So I guess that's why you got to understand the difference. So I get it, man. I get it. I mean, Stripe wouldn't return any charges at all if the session ID matches nothing. There's no session ID being used here. Or as in the great success. Okay. We got session ID. I mean, if there's no session ID, it just bails. But if there is a session ID, what's gonna happen? I mean, okay, we don't actually even use the session ID. That's kind of the point here. It's just logged here for debug. What we actually care about in here is the auth user, and we use that user to look up into the cached kind of customer ID to user KB that we have. And then we use that customer ID directly in here with the update KB Stripe Blaze data. So now we have like the customer ID. So there's no way you're getting around this, I don't think. I mean, it's directly copied from Theo, and he's doing fine. So yeah, we'll see. Missed not using session, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know why it's really there. There's no real point. Kind of keeps people on their toes, you know. Alrighty. Alright, boysies, I'm gonna have to hop off now and do some grinding offline. But, yeah. close. Getting close. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna commit this up. And we'll carry this on. Come on, you can do it. What do we got? Lots of stuff. I'm sure it's fine. This is kind of fun. You know, I want to blow my brains out kind of way, you know? Alright. Cool. Stripe KV sync stuff. Alrighty. I'll be back here tomorrow. Just some more of my bullshit. 16 days in to the website. Well, really, I kind of toyed around with the idea 16 days ago. I started actually working on it 9 days ago. Two days ago, it may or may not be Next.js time. And it's come a long way since its humble start as a main.go. Oh man. That's good to see. Shit, now I got no excuses to do the work I was putting off. Gotta go find another stream to watch mindlessly. Yeah, man. Matching product ID is where the list of payment intents comes in. If it's successful, it ties charge to product data. Ah, so we can't do a product ID match with... Like maybe we can do a product ID match with the charge. Maybe not though. Let's see. Stripe payment intents dot list. I mean, I'm not seeing anything in here either for the product. Maybe got to expand it or something. I don't know, man. But yeah, I would like to match that. Anyway. All right, peace out, boys. Take care.